All them vultures circle me, like a ton of bricks might fall on me. If God is good, why can't I be? No, I can't answer that. Are circling the sun, having all their tricks and fun. If we are good, then they are dumb. And what will come of us? If they all turn and walk towards me, I can see you like that.
Hello, can you hear me? Sorry about that. I have switched to Streamlabs and I'm just getting used to this. Let's see. All right, y'all, give me a sound check. Make sure y'all can hear me. Hello. Woman's gonna join me shortly, but I'm trying to make sure that I sent her the right link since I'm not sure that how I ended up in the wrong one. Hang on, let's see. I'm gonna resend it just in case. Hang on. All right, there we go. All right, woman, if the first link I sent you didn't work, that one should. Sorry about that. Okay, hi everybody. The font, it is, hang on, I can look real quick. Let me see. It's just one of the ones in the Keynote app. Now it's gonna drive me crazy. Hold on. It is, let me type it out. I don't even know how. I don't want to butcher it. Oh wait, let me spell it right. Here we go, low light. It's that font. Unless you're not talking, if you're talking about the thumbnail. Hi Mar, hi Chelsea, Judge Jessica, Salty, Rambo, DB. Oh, hang on, let me get 1 minute here. Let me see. Hi, hello.
Hello.
Hang on, let me turn my thing up because I think maybe I can barely hear. There we go. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm same old.
Hello.
Uh-oh. You there? Pop Tardy, I'm saying hello to everybody else. Can you hear me? Let me see.
I hear you.
Okay, let me make sure. I accidentally hit something. I'm still, y'all, Streamlabs is pretty much the same as StreamYard, but not quite. So sorry about that. I keep accidentally clicking things. Let's see. Lauren, hello. Royal Wee, Victory. Let me see. Fiend, hello. KO. Oh, Psalm 91, Michael Osbrook. I'm trying to scroll all the way back. Emily, Rebecca Ann. Oh, hang on. Let me see. Lowlight, Lindsay, hello. Okay, so let me go back down now, figure out where I lost my spot. By the way, before I do jump into what I'm trying to do, DEI Captain America, Sony, hello everybody coming in. Has anybody heard from that full Torsil? I was thinking about him the other day. I haven't seen him in a while. Torsil, if you're out there, we miss you. He's Belmayhem,
From what I
JC.
hear, he's around.
He is. I haven't seen him in a while,
Yeah,
but Torsil, if
I
you're
think it's a new alias.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Well, he's
I don't know which
lurking.
one. I've been trying to figure it out. I think I have my eyes set on a couple people, but I'm not going to say.
Yeah, we won't out his new one. If he's probably one of the most ornery in this community, but like in the best way. He's
Right.
actually one of the most well-adjusted, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm wanting to do, I actually meant to send this to you too, but I got distracted trying to make sure I sent you the right link. I'm gonna see. I'm also trying to try out the new. I'll do it in the private chat so I can actually use these things for the first time. Just if you want to pull it up. I don't know if you want to see it. I think you can probably see it, but just in case
I
you
love
can't
to
on the
see stuff.
screen. I don't know if you're on mobile or not, but so this is every now and then when I get overwhelmed, I get to a stopping point and I just try to regroup. And that's what this list that I'm about to go through is. And I'm going to actually try this time to kind of not just bulldoze through it and try to stop and check chat so that if anybody knows, like if I'm asking a question that we actually do know the answer to, I'm hoping to at least get on the same page or at least get a working list of what we still don't know and what the state, we were promised for however long that once trial got here, we were going to be blown away and we would just have all these things answered and we would feel so silly. And I feel like I have more questions before trial. So let me
I'm
see.
blown away by bullshit. That's for sure.
Yeah, I do. I'm pretty firm on the one thing the state did prove beyond an unreasonable doubt is that they cannot place this man on the trail later than 1:30. They have absolutely nothing except for innuendo, and that's the only thing they convinced me of. There was part of me that was hoping they would be able to, like, it would almost bring me relief f to for them to have surprised me. Of course, they didn't, but that's the only thing I'm certain of is that they, like, even with their best efforts and all 7 years, 8 years, however long it is now, we're closer to a decade than not, they got nothing. So the things I do wanna correct, here's my list.
They do
I
got stuff. It's just not on our boy.
That's
So
yes, that is and that's kinda what this list is. There's so many other things that we could probably add to it, but what I'm trying to reprioritize, refocus, at least for myself, because there's so many rabbit holes that you could fall down with this case, with all the different suspects because of how long it went on, and what I'm trying, at least for myself, to do is focus on, like, the actual day that the crime happened, and then the actual case against Richard Allen, because that's really what at this point, that's my priority is to fix stuff, to figure stuff out, to undo stuff that is somehow still not correct. Like, Betsy Blair's my first one on there because I think it's the one driving me crazy the most lately because there's only one media report, like, out of all the media pool reports, there's only one that I found that actually specified what the exhibit was with her Fitbit data, and it actually had some times. I don't think it's the exact times, but I don't know because we haven't seen it. But her Fitbit data has her on the trail walking from 12 to 1 and then not again until 1:30 to 2. The problem is the Hoosier Harvest Store timestamps say that she's not arriving until 1:46 and not leaving until 2:14. And that kind of falls in line with the whole, even with those reenactments I made, I kept running into this 15-20 minute constant with everyone timeline issue. Like I couldn't figure out why, like in my mind, I'm like, okay, these girls, the group of 4 girls, if they were crossing the bridge after walking away from the bench, they would have been long gone by the time Betsy Blair drove under. Unless she was there earlier than they're telling us, which is another problem, though, at the same time, because even if we do get clarification on that, why are they moving her? Why is Mullen playing around with the timestamps? And then we have the issue of who did she see early? Because that means whoever she saw on the platform was also there earlier, which means there was someone else there too. And I used to get frustrated with, people would say, well, who, then figure out who it was. I'm like, first of all, I'm not the police. I don't know who all was there. They do. So maybe ask them, which is what I'm trying to do. But for years, we didn't know that even Betsy Blair was out there, or that there were several people that were out there that we didn't hear their names until after the arrest and the PCA was unsealed. And so in my mind, I'm honestly not convinced that we know who all was out there that day. I think there was more people out there, that even some of the people who've been here from day one and have been there have been quite a few people who were boots on the ground, talking to witnesses, all kinds of stuff. I'm not even sure they knew all who was out there, because after things got crazy, people got scared to continue talking. But even after Nick released that exhibit with the discovery, seeing all those names, I'm like, yep, there's a lot of people a lot of us don't even know about. So I'm making a list because I get overwhelmed with all these different threads that are that are hard for me not to follow each and every one, but I'm trying to stick to the ones where we still don't know people's timeline. Like, until we have these exhibits, how did the police make a timeline with any of the stuff that they presented at trial when it doesn't even add up? So this is kind of I guess in a way, also my FOIA wish list, I guess you could say, because we have to get these through records requests or through the court finally complying with the law to make the public proceedings and the public documents publicly accessible. I don't know when that's going to happen. The other thing we need is, I want all of the pictures from the 4 girls that were there. I don't want all their personal data. I just want the stuff that happened while they were at the trail. Like, what time was that? Just give us some timestamps from the phone records, from the phone device. We have a few of the timestamps, but not all of them. We've seen the 126 picture, but I've never seen the 1243 picture. And I'm still confused about Bree's testimony, where she said that they left around 11 or 11:30 to go to the trail where she was walking, but then later somebody says after they left, they got in the car and left to go drop someone off. So on the way there, they're walking. So how did they drive to drop someone off when they left? And the other thing is, she said they left at 11:30, but she didn't get to Freedom Bridge until 12:25. That's another discrepancy that's driving me crazy. So I want their pictures and their timestamps, or however else they figured out all those other things. I think we all want the BG video, because
Yeah.
I can't make any sense of the descriptions from people who saw it at trial. My mind goes to so many different places when all I have to go on is the descriptions, and not just, I think most people here probably listened to Andrea, Lawyer Lee, Defense Diaries for the most part. I think we all eventually did go watch other ones, just to kind of see what other people were saying about it. But even I even watched a Gray Hughes episode on it.
Oh God.
Yeah, he brought Becky Patty on this one, and even her description of it was she the way she described it was after it was played at trial, she was looking around and she was like, "Okay, but play the real one. That's not it." And it occurred to me in that moment when I was listening to her interview, how many other people, whether it was the families or even certain members of law enforcement, I don't think they knew that the video that they were shown this whole time was the enhanced version. I think a very small group of people must have seen that unedited, unenhanced, AI generated, whatever it was. I just can't make sense of it.
So what did she mean by the real one?
She just in the she seems to
Because
have
there's
meant
three.
whatever everybody else said, because the families got to watch it or at least listen to it or both. I think they got to wear the headphones when they're listening, but it appears that they were shown the enhanced version and they were given headphones to listen to the enhanced audio. I don't think they ever got to watch her actual video until trial. And I'm not sure what she meant other than it sounded a lot like everybody else who saw it, where they were just like, "Well, where was he?" And
Right.
then when they see the enhanced one, they're like, "Oh, okay." And their brain has these 2 images, and the one where they're able to picture it and see him, that's the one they recall when they're talking about it or thinking about it. They recall the one where they can see him. And I don't know until we have the unedited one to be able to do, like, split screens and side by sides for comparison. I'm not sure it'll really click even for the people who saw it in person that it's not just like, it's not just an enhancement, it's a straight up generated interpolation is the best I can I guess it's my best educated guess because everybody who saw it, even including I really did think Gray Hughes was gonna turn inside out though when she was describing it because you could tell that he immediately understood the implications of what she was saying, and
Right.
her reaction, in my opinion, was just true, honest, like, he asked her and she was like, I don't even know that it occurred to her," and that's when it occurred to me, though, that I think that must be what some members of law enforcement are there must be some sort of cognitive dissonance between, "Oh, maybe I just blinked too fast and just didn't see it, but I've seen the video, they showed me the real one." I'm starting to wonder who all really did see the full, real, unedited, unaltered, unwhatevered before trial, 'cause
Because I feel like I remember them saying like there were three versions. There was the unedited, unaltered, where you don't see anything. Then
well,
one that is this one is the most devious to me because that's the one where they actually show him
yeah,
walking, but also if I remember correctly from the description, that this one shows him like coming up behind them, but they hear him talking, but they don't see his mouth moving.
yeah, it's 'cause it's not, and it's because of course, we only that was the other question I didn't get answered at trial was, okay, when they played the raw video in its entirety, when you hear Bridge Guy, is he still behind her on the when because what we were shown and what was released to the public, they just played the audio while showing the 3-second loop, and so, obviously, he they were n trying to just say, like, he's not saying it while he's on screen, but they were just matching them together, like, "Do you recognize this physical image and or the voice that you hear?" But then you go back to Tony Slocum, and he was not the only one, but he was one of the more forthcoming information officers over the years. I mean, all of them have. When I go back and review some stuff, I'm like, oh, we know that's not true now, sir. But he does at least seem to be one of the more well-meaning ones. I'll give him that much. But he was very clear in the interview he gave about they didn't have a clue if it was the same person. And
Right.
I don't know if that's because he saw the video or because that's what he was told, because a lot of times the information officers are actually just briefed. It's not because they're looking through stuff and coming up with the talking points. They're briefed, and they're just the ones who go out and actually communicate the different, the company line, that kind of stuff. So it's really hard to know if he saw it. But when I was going back through to update the 213 timeline, I was going through the what is it, Down the Hill and the Scene of the Crime podcast, both of them. And I forget which one it was that Sergeant Riley was in, but he was talking about how eerie the original video was and how just he was describing it as almost like traumatic to view it. And then you've got Becky Patty being asked about it on Gray Hughes, and she's like, no, I mean, she did say at the very end that Libby sounded nervous, the way she was, like, in her voice, like I can tell, like if we're out somewhere and my daughter, I can tell when she's either nervous or intimidated or just, like, because we see someone we haven't seen in a while, you can hear it in your kid's voice, like they're just having a moment. And so I kind of took it as that's what she meant by it. But that was like the extent of it. But then when I went back to rewatch Anna Williams interviews about it, she was like, oh, they're just kind of girl talking, like, where are we going to go? And so it is very difficult for me to view this video and the audio as anything more than an investigative tool that they thought they could use to get in the killer's head to make the killers think that they had more on the phone that they weren't going to release. So please come forward and explain yourself. Like, I think they thought they could provoke the person into coming forward to get ahead of it. But that didn't happen. And I don't think it worked because, like, it might have worked if the person on video was the same person as the one heard on audio.
Right.
But it makes me think even more that it's not, because the things they did might have worked if it was the same person. But it's very...
Right. And both of them, they show them with their hands in their pockets, like just walking with their hands in their pockets. And like everyone's like, you don't ever walk that bridge with your hands in your pockets like that.
The other thing I thought was weird was his right leg. Up until trial, I've always been like, is he trying to like turn around? Like, he looks like he's rotated, like he was about to step off the platform, and they just kind of like rotated him or something. I've never really realized that was a conscious thought I've had until people were describing it at trial. But I wonder about that too.
Have you watched Raffy's content?
No, I just recently realized that as a person. I feel like I thought that was a not like ChatGPT, but like a web page until recently. I didn't know that was someone's channel. I think because it wasn't until somebody spelled it out in a chat the other day, I was like, oh, that's like is that the War Lion person?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I haven't checked it out yet, but I have recently figured out that that's an actual person / channel.
Yeah, so like we've all been saying that picture of Abby. Now a lot of people are going to get so upset about this because so many people insist it's real. But until you can bring me something that wasn't just taken off the internet, anything with this case is going to be like, no, So he puts the Cheyenne picture like over it, kind of, and their body proportions really do match well.
I think somebody might have sent me because that sounds familiar to a post someone sent me the link to, and I didn't have time to, like, really look at it, but I did. I think I know what you're talking about, though. Was that recent, like, in the
Yes,
last
within the last few days.
day? Yeah, okay.
And to me, it seems more realistic than the Abby picture in the parking lot where they,
Yeah.
alternate her hair a little bit and all that other stuff. It just seems to fit a lot better. The fact is that so many people resemble these girls,
Yeah.
and the names are all similar, and
Well, even a
they're
lot of
full
people
of
resemble
everything.
Bridge Guy apparently too.
Right. Bridge guy is everybody.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I do want these pictures that everybody else took out there so we can figure out the timestamps and also get a more accurate record of when these people were interviewed so we can figure out what law enforcement had when.
Right.
And because even before the girls were found, I also forgot until recently when I was going back through those old podcasts that, um, Erica is it Erica Gibson?
Yes.
Okay, I always mix up her last name, but part of her interview, she kinda got into the fact that the FBI showed up at their school the next morning, and they were trying to interview everybody who was friends with Libby on Snapchat to ask if they could take screenshots of her Snap story because those are available for 24 hours. And so they were going around to ask people to take screenshots so that they could use, because the night before, around 9 p.m., Kelsey took screenshots while she was at the sheriff's office while they were being interviewed, and people were going back home to get their devices and bring it back up so that they could look at it. At some point in there, she took screenshots of the Snap story, and the FBI was already boots on the ground the next morning at the school, and they were trying to get so, like, because if you take a screenshot, it tells you how many hours ago, and they were just trying to narrow down. They were trying to see if they could get one that was a little more or less closer to narrow down, like, was it closer to 2? Was it closer to 1? Was it closer to 3? Because it just tells you hours, it doesn't tell you the exact time. So, I I also forgot about that, but the thing is, we still have only seen on the internet the 2 that came from Kelsey. I haven't seen the other. I think Criminality said that she has the ones. Actually, I don't know if it was Criminality or if it was just in her chat someone said it. But there's one where I think Erica Gibson's were the ones that either said 3 hours ago, which is about the time that family and friends were being called, so maybe that's when she took her first screenshot, was like, "Where are they? Well, she just posted these," I assume that's the only way she would have them that early because that was about the time people were posting on social media asking around if anybody had seen these girls. But, yeah, I think I just saw Tammy, some of the friends would not give their phones to the police. That's true. Apparently she gave hers. There were some people who were like, "Yeah, take whatever you need," and then others were like, "Absolutely not." And, um, I don't know I don't know if there's a list of that or maybe if they were just allowed to view it, but we're not allowed because some people, I guess, would be able to tell in the list of extractions if we ever got a comprehensive list. But we don't have that, but that's one of the reasons I would very much like. I guess let me actually hang on.
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
want to know
add that to the list too.
how did they lose so many devices out there? Like, how are there so many devices just chilling out there? Tablets, two tablets, a flip phone, a regular phone.
Yeah, and I've that list, when I first saw that exhibit, I thought, "Okay, this is a little more organized than I was thinking," until I started trying to read through all those paragraphs, and it was a mess. And I copy and pasted it into a Word doc to try to organize it a little bit better, but there's just random, for, like, a couple of lines, it'll all be the same category, and then randomly, it's just a random string unrelated to anything, and you're like, "Okay, this is just randomly inserted into the drive, or is that just the way it was listed out? And I am very curious to know if the way they put it in the discovery notices, that they like the itemized document saying what's in there, I'm curious to know if that's how they're actually labeled in these hard drives or not, or if they're just like, well, we told you what was in there, go find it. Like, I don't know what the actual file names were. I do know that the only one from the filings, at least that we know of, was Jeffrey Turco. They finally did tell defense, they turned over that interview, but they turned it over in a discovery notice during a time that the state knew that defense had been asking for this man's name, and the last update they had given to defense is that we don't know if we're ever going to find this person. So when they're turning over hard drives with this kind of stuff on there, the notion that they should have just known, because there was no indication that he was from Purdue or that he was a professor or anything. It didn't even say Dr. Jeffrey Turco. And in that same discovery notice, it didn't have Holman's narrative report, so it was just a random audio file of Jeffrey Turco. So, like, they obviously did listen to it, but it wasn't because they knew what they were looking for. Like, it was just because they were being thorough and going through as much discovery as they could. And I will never get over that because there was no consequences for that.
So, and I have a question regarding this discovery too. So we know that Kathy was dealing with the tips.
Yeah.
And now I've heard that she was also arranging the discovery. Is she the reason that the discovery is so well put together?
I would very much like to know, but because they're using her as a granny human shield, apparently we're not allowed to just ask stuff that, like, you should be able to ask a public agency, what the fuck? Like, who did this? Why is it done like this? You should be able to ask them just plainly and firmly and get a direct answer. But because they don't, like, they try to put it out there that she's the one who did it, so if you're asking why it's a mess, you're just being mean to her. So I don't know that we'll ever get a straight answer because that's how it's been treated, as if people are just being harsh. And like, they've tried so many times to characterize the defense having trouble making sense of these messy discovery notices. They characterize it as the defense asking them to do their work for them, or to ask, like they're asking for it to be color coded, and that's not the case. I am familiar with a lot of these programs listed in that discovery notice, all the different digital forensics programs. I'm familiar with a lot of that stuff, and I still had to take a break from trying to make sense of the discovery notice, knowing what these types of files are, these programs are, knowing what would make sense to put together and what to not put together. It was still a fucking mess. I don't imagine Kathy Shank would have known the difference, but the fact that defense would have to request clarification, like, hey, is this in here? Would it be like, how would you have written it out? They just left defense hanging, except there's one filing where Nick was acting like, well, we had to take time out of our day to dig through 26 terabytes of data to go find it for them.
Bitch.
Okay, yeah, well, why don't you ask the person who labeled it? It was probably a lot easier for them to find it than for defense to. Like, how is defense supposed to know how they are, like, the naming structure that they're using, or even just the general, like, none of it was the same or organized. I get mad when I look at that discovery notice, because I was trying to make it more of a bullet point list to just make it more easy to look through it and find, okay, here's the interviews, here's the extractions for the phones, and then, but there's just too many random things. And then randomly in one of the paragraphs, they insert a thing about something about the FBI and Orion. Oh, that's on a following page. Like, it's just randomly interrupted. And I understand that she's doing her best or whatever, but she's also walking around acting like she's a very experienced investigator. And if that's the case, then why is this a mess?
Right? Because what do they say? Oh, she's been doing this for 70 years or whatever.
Well, you can't tell.
Right.
If that's the case, like, what is the system you're using? Like, and that's the other problem I have is I guess it's probably a little further down, but this whole 1 minute when she's giving statements and or people are speaking for her, 1 minute she's typing in the narrative reports for all these poor little helpless officers who can't file their own reports apparently. And so she's typing it all in for them, and then the next minute she's actually printing them out and putting them in a filing cabinet, and then in another instance she's actually scanning them to put them back in the system, and it's like she's typing them up, she's printing them out, putting them in the cabinet, and then taking them back out to file them, and then re-putting them back. Like I don't understand what filing system they were like that. I don't think anybody files their stuff that way. I don't I don't know
Right.
what they're talking about. And it's I think the only reason we have all those different variations is because they just keep moving the goalposts every time they get called out on something, they need to explain it away. They just are like, "Oh, well, she was scanning a mitten," and they don't, because they're not used
Did
to
you say scanning a mitten?
or what. Like, that's the other thing. I'm like, okay, if they're in the cabinet, why is she scanning them in? Because that's the other thing. Like,
Oh, you said scanning them in.
oh, what did you think?
I thought you said a mitten.
Oh.
Oh, heaven help me. Okay.
I might have. Sometimes I do not pronounce my words correctly,
No,
so it's
I'm not
possible I
hearing
did.
well. I'm the only one who heard that, so never mind.
That's funny. Yeah, I don't, and I feel bad. Oh, hang on, let me scoot this over. Hold on. Like, the thing is, I mean, my mom has been in that field. She's done all kinds of different roles in that field. It is a thankless job. I'm well aware, but my mom has never kidnapped a kid. She's never done any of these things. I've never in my life been like, "Oh, yeah, this is not our first gag order rodeo." I think it was Oksana that I sent it to, but I texted my mom, I was like, "How common are gag orders in your
Right.
experience?" Because she's not, Kathy Shank has 40, and my mom's getting up there, but not quite, but she's closer to 40 than not. And how many years she's been doing all this, and she's like, hardly ever. And my mom has been involved in some very high profile cases, and the way her daughter is describing all of this stuff, like, I've never once in my entire life
You
been
mean you
like,
don't
"Oh,
have
my FBI agents looking at all my stuff," like, no, they have I I don't know, I've never even thought that, and she's out there. I can't tell, though, sometimes if she's shitposting or if she's serious.
you don't have a alt page where you just sit there and demand your mom is like this
No.
ultra cute actress for the Lifetime movie?
And demanding they name a street after my mom? No,
Right.
there's no shot. That it's just so funny to me because in some ways, like, there are small kernels of things that she says that I can relate to, and I'm like, "I know what she means," but then she just falls off a cliff with the batshit crazy. Like, I was
Oh,
not prepared for how crazy she is.
that's Stockholm syndrome, babe. That is
Something
100% Stockholm syndrome.
Something. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me see. Okay. So, yeah, that is my other question though, is okay. So on the Kathy Shank, because I think that one's coming up. So pretty much what I just described for the four girls. Oh wait, before I take that back, before I skip ahead, my other issue with what I need some clarification and corrections on is at trial, at least, like, we don't have transcripts yet. So until we do have transcripts, I'm holding the media to their reports. And if that's just all I can do at this point in time. But Dave McCain placed himself on the trail between 2 and 3. And he said he walked out to the bridge and onto the bridge and was walking around taking pictures. He said that. And the first time frame he gave was like 2 to 3. And he's the thing that I cannot get past, and I want someone to look at the metadata or his SIM card to figure out what time is on these pictures, because the implications of his testimony Same with Shelby and Cheyenne. Like, even the way it was reported was that Cheyenne got there closer to 3 because her picture was timestamped around 2:49. So in people's minds, they're just like, oh, that's close to 3. You can't get to the end of the bridge by 2:49 unless you start walking across it by 2:40. You can't start crossing at 2:40 unless you get there and start walking by 2:30. And the thing is, when she walked up, Shelby and Daniel were already on the platform. And the problem with that is Shelby said their time of arrival was about, she remembered it because she marked it because she got a phone call from her dad when they first arrived. Well, the problem with that is she also testified that when they parked at Mears Lot, they walked to the trail split and they took a right, probably to one of the benches towards Freedom Bridge. And she said they walked that way from like 5 to 10 minutes and they sat and chilled over there. And then after 5 or 10 minutes, then they walked over to the platform. So they would have had to have gotten there around like 2:10, 2:15 in order for that all to match up. So she might have gotten the call when she first got there, but the time doesn't, like, it might have felt like they just got there, but everybody else's timeline falls apart if you stick to, like, I need all of the timestamps from all of their phones, because I feel like the way my mind works is that will map out people's timelines better, and then you can start asking them clarifying questions to fill in the gaps that you don't have. Like, it might spark a memory like, oh, I saw this person, and then you can go cross-check that memory with someone else. Did you see them? Yes or no? Like that kind, like you can start getting somewhere, but you have to have anchors in place first. But Dave McCain also said when he got there and parked, nobody was there when he pulled up. The only time that would have happened is if he got there before Shelby and Daniel. And then the other thing, that would mean he did get there. It falls closer to his testimony in that report that he did get there around 2. And the other thing about that, I get stuck on loop with this because I don't know. I think maybe just either Latrell didn't understand the implication of it, or the report was just, there's something off with it. It could be either. Until we have the transcripts, we won't know. But he went out of his way to follow up with, when he was speaking to Dave McCain, and he's like, so when were you asked about whether or not you'd seen 2 girls? And he's like, it wasn't until I was leaving, like getting in my car to leave, somebody yelled, have you seen 2 girls? And he was wearing a bright orange jacket. And Latrell was really driving that home. Well, the thing is, that means Derek, in his mind, he said that he asked that to Dave McCain when he first arrived, which was around 3:15. So that time frame, the 2 to 3 window of time, that does make more sense with what his testimony was reported to be. So that changes not just his timeline, but also Cheyenne's and also Daniel's. And none of them, like Shelby Hicks did say that there were other kids out there. So these are things that, like, we need all of their timestamps and stuff, because the way people are just kind of just glazing over it, I'm like, no, that, like, this fundamentally changes our understanding of what happened that day and when and who was there. And so it's driving me crazy because it's still being treated as if Cheyenne didn't get there until close to 3, and Dave McCain didn't get there till close to, like, just a little bit before 3:15, and then he ran into Derek. That does not appear to be the actual case, especially when you start looking at Betsy Blair's Fitbit data. And then you realize something is off with these Hoosier Harvest Store timestamps. We need to be able to see the footage of the mirrors of the Hoosier Harvest Store and the surveillance footage from the 5998, that house, so that we can see what time people were coming and going earlier in the day to kind of better triangulate or basically by deduction, like, okay, it had to have been before or after this. There are a lot of things, like, even when you are looking at tower data, obviously it's not precise in certain areas when there's only, like, in rural areas, there are things where you could argue that it's not reliable. But when you have these other things to factor into it, you can make it more and more reliable using other data and using other, like we have all these other people who are out on the trail. Well, why don't we look at their metadata on their phones and see how, like, compared to the stuff that was on Libby's phone, we can start getting a better idea of how accurate it was for each different person. We could also, had they done that with Kelsey's phone, that would have been a huge benefit to the investigation, just for the sake of being able to better interpret the data from Libby's phone by having something to compare it and contrast it to. And then you factor in all these other ones. But why they didn't do that, I still don't understand why they didn't. They might have, and it just hasn't made its way into a filing, but how they could not have done an extraction on Libby's iPad when it was synced to the phone. Like, what if it was in that Snap Cache storage? Like, there's
Right.
other things that
Because wouldn't the lock feature be the same on the iPad as the phone? Or
well, that's the other thing that I'm very confused about, because they knew the passcode to her phone, but they apparently didn't know the passcode to the iPad. Or
that's bullshit.
or her sister was pretending she didn't.
That's bullshit.
And I have 2 daughters, so I'm, like, trying, like, the way my mind works is I'm not, like, I obviously have things that I immediately think one way or the other, but also, I just don't know. It makes no sense to me that she would know the passcode to the phone, but not the iPad. And the thing about that, though, is there
Isn't
are
it the
ways for
same
law
though?
enforcement to still get into it, and they
I'm
can
a
still.
Samsung person. So DB's gonna talk shit in chat here. So isn't iPhone run by Apple account? So isn't the Apple account all the same password?
It is now, but the thing, like, they were able to eventually log into her accounts, like, within a few weeks of the first extraction. Bunner went back and, like, connected to the network and plugged in all of her social media accounts and the information that they did have from then, which by the time he did that was not very, like with Snapchat, it doesn't store it forever. So I don't know how much he actually had from the first extraction in order to start adding that to his reports. But that's different than the passcode to the actual device. The way they were looking at, and when they say they were looking at her iPad to figure out who had called her and texted her, they were using the notification screen. Because depending on how you have your settings, you can just click and see one missed call, who is it from? And then, you can click it and it'll show you the number. It won't let you open the device, but it will let you open that actual notification without letting you into the phone. And the way Giancola, his testimony read, what's weird to me is he said he got to the sheriff's office around 10 p.m. and they were still trying to get into this iPad. And if you look at Kelsey's timestamp for the Snapchat photo, which is the one that they ended up sending out to the media and using, it would have been 9 p.m. when she took it. And then you look at the rest of the family timelines, it looks like they got done interviewing the family somewhere between 9 and 10 p.m. in the evening. And then after that, some of them went back to the trail. Others went and met, I forget which, it was probably Down the Hill podcast, where Mike Patty said that he had a cousin who worked for a local TV station. And I think that is where we got that first initial footage of them talking about the phones pinging all over town. We're worried, it's getting late, it's getting cold. Like, that very first interview, he was not able to even give until the family interviews were complete. But what
That
confuses
was
me
at 4:30 in the morning, right?
well,
The
no,
one where he said the
that one
ping.
aired late in the oh, wait, what do you mean?
The one where he said the phones are pinging all over town.
Well, that was, the other reason I think this was late in the evening on the 13th when he gave that interview, they were using that footage the next day to replay to the, like for the morning updates and stuff. They were like, last night we spoke to the grandfather of one of the girls, and so they would just kind of replay it. But when you look at I call it the Bunner ping reports, because that's just how I named the document when I was reconstructing the reports. Around 10 p.m. on the 13th, Sergeant Bunner contacted Steve Mullen and told him the last contact with the tower was at 5:44, and it was on Wells Street, and that's the last we've heard from it. And according to Bunner said, his interpretation of the data he had received from AT&T up to this point led him to believe that the phone was either no longer working or it was out of the area. And the last ping that they received, like the last successful ping for that phone that they received, was 5:44. And it's interesting for a lot of reasons, because apparently that call came in milliseconds before the phone recorded headphones being plugged in. And I know there's a lot of people who go back and forth about, well, it's probably water and now there's water on it. Well, there's two different mechanisms for the phone to record liquid and water versus headphones. Like, there's two separate built-in mechanisms in this phone to detect both of those things. It makes no sense that those wires would be crossed just because of water.
Also, I want to say something regarding that.
Yeah.
Those pictures were taken like 24 hours later from
Right.
when this headset jack was pulled.
Yeah.
So that phone was sitting outside in the elements for that whole time.
Yeah.
And so what happened 24 hours before may not be as a result of the condensation
Right.
24 hours later.
I agree.
And
Absolutely.
condensation is just condensation.
That wouldn't have
It's
even
not
happened
like
until
it
the
was
morning,
submerged.
like the next morning.
And I'm pretty sure when I look through everything regarding the phone and whether the moisture indicators were triggered, no one specified they were triggered. And if it was to better help their story, the prosecution would have definitely said they were triggered if they were triggered.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
it
also,
triggered me.
that headphone thing was, like, if we're gonna, the thing that I always want to ask the people who are like, well, water tricked it, or dirt, or whatever. I'm like, okay, if the signals are getting mixed, then wouldn't it make more sense that someone accidentally answered it, and that the audio, like, it recorded audio, like, instead of audio input, like something triggered the phone to record some sort of audio input and or output because someone accidentally answered it. So if they're going to go with that line of thought, my problem with the water thing is that they don't follow it to its conclusion. What happens when there's water and that affects the phone? It still requires human intervention on some level to correct the problem. It doesn't resolve itself. It just doesn't. Like, people have to get specific tools. They have to either reset settings or something to make the phone no longer register improperly. And there's no record in any of these extractions or any of this stuff where this is a continued thing. So for them to say it was water or whatever, that would mean that there were other indications in the phone, like in the record logged by the phone itself, where we would see instances of that. And we don't. So,
Well, yeah, because wouldn't it like cycle, like headphones in, headphones out, headphones in, headphones out, like repeatedly if it was a water damaged uh, button push?
well, there's two separate, like, when you look at I have it in my folder for the Knowledge C. It records a 1 for headphones being plugged in, and it records a 2 for headphones being unplugged. And when it says, like, a lot of the exhibits, if you look at the media reports, the way they describe it is audio recording began at 5:44 and it ended at 10:32. It's not that it was recording, it's that it was like at 5:44 the phone recorded that function by the user. They
Okay.
recorded it. And the reason the phone records those things is because same reason our cars do. It records certain things in order to continue the functions and features of the phone or the device or the computer or the refrigerator. Like all kinds of different things have these same types of databases, and it has to temporarily store all of this information in order to function properly with all the features. And the thing is, if there's a malfunction one place, it will show up in another place, because if there's wires being crossed or things being improperly recorded because of water, it's not going to affect just that one thing. And there will be other ways to kind of substantiate it. Like, okay, we know this is probably what happened, because if we look over here in this instance, if the same things that would have affected it to record headphones, even if that wasn't it, would also then make it record other types of things. Because even, I don't remember if it was Cecil or Holman that testified that even though the phone was not connected to a tower, the phone continued working in the background and updating, and it continued functioning in the background. And that's why Cecil had a hard time understanding some of the data in his earlier extractions, because he was assuming that the phone was either off or not. But then when he did more detailed extractions, he was going through and discovering other apps still recording and updating and functioning. And so it's not that the phone was out of service. It was not that it was off, but the other thing is, if it's not connected to a tower, there has to be a reason. And it's not just because, like, a phone isn't just going to randomly refresh in the background unless it has some, I don't know if, I don't want to say signal because that's not the right term, but
Internet connectivity.
it has to, there are things that trigger something to refresh and update. And movement sometimes is one of them. But then the thing they can't have both ways is they can't say, well, there was no recorded movement from this time to this time, but nothing was interfering with the phone and everything was working right, except for the water that didn't affect it for the next 12 hours or anything else. It just affected it at 5:44 and then 5 hours later, and then only at those 2 point in times. Like, that doesn't make
Right.
sense either. And I don't think people understand, like, they're trying to rationalize it in their head, and they're like, oh, that makes sense. And it might make sense as an educated guess, like, well, this, sometimes technology, like, stuff glitches or stuff, whatever. Yes, but, like, there are people who can actually figure out what that glitch was.
Right.
It's not like some esoteric, unattainable information that we can't figure out. We actually can figure those things out. Most people just don't, though. They're like, well, I don't know what happened. It was just a glitch. And it turns out we can track down those reasons and issues and bugs and whatever. And there are people who actually review that stuff because it's automatically sent. Like, a lot of people opt out of it. Like, do you want to send this information to Apple? Or, like, anytime there's a system crash, do you want to report it? Some people do that because they know that there are people at those companies who review all of those reports to try to see if there's something that's happening across all kinds of devices and it's a common issue, so that in the next update they can fix it. And so, like, that's my problem mostly when people are just trying to explain away this data. I'm like, no, 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 no. That we need all these timestamps and all this information from these phones. We need to plot that out and then let it tell us what we're looking at. And then if there are things that don't make sense and we can't substantiate, then we can start looking at interviews or looking at other things for indications. Like, that is how it's supposed to proceed. But because they came up with a whole ass lore and invented, I think part of my anger at the state is because they exploited these victims to have like a hero story just to try to get inside the head of the killer. So they made up this whole story. She obviously caught this man accidentally in the background of her video. She was not pulling it out to film him. It does not make her less of a brave person. Like, and that it just bothers me that they then reduce all conversation to that. The fact that we have to make that caveat, like, duh. Like, I'm not saying she didn't do it because she's not brave. I'm saying, like, everybody who saw this video clearly sees it was caught in the background. And so, but that's how they proceeded from day one, was like telling tales and lore and all of this, getting into the mind of the killer, that they did more of that than they did just letting the facts lead their investigation. And then,
Right, because they did it again with Kathy.
yeah,
Like, she's a
absolutely.
hero. She's a hero, but don't you dare question her. She's just a little old lady, but a hero nonetheless.
But these are things that we actually can get clarification on, but why they're not just looking. And that's the other thing. Like, even for the longest time with the Dan Doolin tip narrative, people are like, well, who do you think cleared that? I'm like, I obviously don't know. If I knew, y'all would be the first to know. If I had any clue, but that
Right.
is probably the first thing I would look for and look at, because that would, when it comes to the case related side of things and not just the investigative side of things, but like the case against Richard Allen, that would be one of the first things that I dug all as deeply as I could possibly dig into, because all the state has to do is look at it. So the fact that they are acting as if it's some, oh, we don't know who cleared what, it's hard to actually, it's real easy. You just fucking look at it. It'll tell you, everyone who has accessed it, when there's all kinds of information. I think further down on my list here, I have the Orion system logs. I want to see how often all of these tips that got missed, like whose name is coming up around those same times. There are so many things we can figure out real quick if somebody would just look at it. Like Dave McCain, we could figure out when he was there if we just look at the metadata on the pictures he took. That would be real helpful.
Didn't they lose his SD card though?
Well, he said he never got it back. I didn't know until recently that on Gritty's live the other night, I'm pretty sure it was Christine that said that, like, I don't know if it was on her hard drive or if she just knew, but it wasn't lost. Because I was like, has anybody looked at them? And I think they did have them, but I don't know that they, I don't know if they had the actual SIM card from his camera or if they just received the pictures. I have no idea.
Probably bridge guy the whole freaking time.
Well, the thing is, like, we need to find that out one way or another, because he's placing himself there at 2 and
Right.
saying that he walked out onto the bridge, and then you've got Shelby and Daniel showing up around 2:15, walking towards Freedom Bridge, and then going out there, because she said, that was the other thing. I probably got way sidetracked, but after they walked to Freedom Bridge to sit on one of the benches or chill over there, they turned around to walk towards the bridge, and when they walked up, he was already on the bridge. So that's another thing that is making me, like, there are all these things. There are certain facts that all of these people agree on about the order of events. And so
Right.
if we can now look at the metadata on their phones and, like, plot those out and at least know where what their phones and devices and pictures are telling us, the fact that it's almost a decade into this and we still don't know exactly what time these people showed up. And apparently we even have cameras from on the 5998, the 252 north over like 625. We've got a camera over there, and we've got 2 cameras by this trail entrance. And the fact that we still don't know which car was driving by when, I don't want to see Mullins screenshots. I want to see the Hoosier Harvest Store video.
Yes.
I want to look at that. I want to see all 3 of those cameras, and I want to see all of these people's timestamps on there. Like, I don't want to dig through their messages. I just want the timestamps.
Well,
That's all I need.
Is there a way that we could go back in time? Because I feel like I heard once that back then they didn't do timestamps on Snapchat pictures. Like, that was something that was added after the fact. And I don't know how true that is.
I'm pretty sure. Let me see when. I'm gonna try to Google it real quick. I don't know if that was something that's semi-recent or if I didn't realize it was never that way. I do know that in 2017, like, even when all the Keegan Klein stuff where they were like, oh, someone else logged into his phone. Well, he's sitting there saying, well, I was logging in, I normally log in on this device, but I logged into my other phone. Well, in 2017, if you logged into one device, it automatically logged you out of another. You can only be logged in on one device at a time. And as far as I can tell, even though Vito is a mess, something is wrong with that man. He's running around having all these people think all these people are logging into his account. Like, both of the logins they were for devices that belonged to Keegan Klein, and it does make those two devices, one was logged out and the other was logged in. So him saying that, I understand Keegan Klein is also a liar, but like, there are some, like I'm saying, like, there's some things you can still figure out if it actually happened or not if you let the devices tell you what happened.
Right.
We wouldn't have to debate so much of this if these freaking law enforcement officers actually relied on the data that they do have. The fact that we don't have all of these timelines for all of these years have been based on interviews and stuff, and like two just Libby's bridge pictures with Abby, and then the 1243 and the 126 photo. And that's pretty much it. And I'm like, no wonder they have no clue. Like, and I still don't even know how we should have access to these things that there's been a trial on this for at this point. We should be able to look at this. And I swear to God, if I could just get some of this information, I'm like, okay, now we know who's there. Like, we just need to be able to sit down and plot out the information that we have for the people who did place themselves there. We could start there and establish an actual timeline. And that's when you start seeing all of these things like, okay, Dave McCain placed himself there earlier. Okay, now he's saying that he actually wasn't asked until he was on his way out. And there's another instance where I think it was Doug Rice was the one that said it. He spoke to Derek. Derek I don't know if he told Doug directly or if, I don't remember if they spoke directly, but he basically said, yeah, we watched Dave get in his car and leave. And well, that makes sense because Derek, after he talked to the man, he said he got back in his car, and then later he came back and said, well, he said he was going to walk the trail, but he actually didn't. He just turned around and got back in his car. It was kind of like as Dave McCain was getting into his car to leave, Derek had just pulled up and was like, I'm going to go and look for the girls. But instead of going all the way to actually look, he just asked someone, hey, did you see the two girls? And he's like, no, there's just a couple. And so Derek's like, okay, I'll just get back in the car and call again. So like, it even changes a little bit of those things. And not for the, like, there's a lot of this that I don't think is nefarious because like when we have soccer practice kind of stuff, when you're outside, I'm just a firm believer. Like, I have a hard time knowing what time it is at it, like, just in general.
Right.
You put me outside and I don't know if it's been 10 minutes or 2 hours. I just cannot gauge it for the life of me when I'm outside. And I always think, oh, that probably took me about 5 minutes to go from here to there. And then if you go time it, that's not how long it took. But because all of these people were just telling law enforcement what they remembered, it wasn't until they got their phone records and stuff after the fact. I don't know that law enforcement ever reconciled these things, and it drives me fucking crazy because they treated it as something where instead of just updating it like a normal person and a normal group of law enforcement officers would do, because this is all pretty common, like, it's reasonable, like, oh, they thought it was this much time, but now we know it was actually this much. Instead of updating it, they were like, well, we don't want to hurt someone's feelings by saying they were wrong. Like, it's okay to be mistaken. What's not okay is to just proceed on false information because you don't like the implications. Like, it's almost like they assumed the people were lying or something. It's just,
Well,
it's so
because
strange.
Derek had said that he had never been out to them trails.
Yeah.
And I just don't believe that. I don't.
Well, he might not have been on the walking trail. He might have been out in the woods, though.
Right. Well, and then he said he had never been on those trails. He didn't know who Dan McCain was. Are you freaking kidding me? Like,
Yeah.
everyone knows who that dude is. He writes to the newspaper once a freaking week about that bridge. Like,
Yeah. Hey, real quick, I finally pressed enter. It says Snapchat started using timestamps around 2013 as a response to competition from Instagram, adding them as a feature alongside filters, temperature, and speed overlays and the ability to replay snaps on disappearing images. This was when Snapchat Stories also launched, significantly changing the social media landscape.
Okay.
So it says they were introduced in the early stages of Snapchat's development to enhance the app's functionality. And yeah, apparently the addition of timestamps was largely due to Instagram doing the same thing. And then the memories feature, it says when it launched its memories feature in 2016, timestamps became even more prominent, allowing users to see when a saved snap was originally taken. That's interesting. So if someone did anybody save it or did they all just screenshot it?
So she would have had to download it right after she took the picture. There's like a button on Snapchat that will download it to your camera feature.
Yeah.
And then I believe that's how it saves it to the memories as well. But that's through the account. It wouldn't be the only way that someone from another account could save that picture is through the screenshot.
I think so. That's what I was trying to keep reading through, but I'll get way lost if I try to. I was trying to figure out if there was a way to save, like if you're friends with someone, if you can save theirs, or if, like you said, I do think the only way to do it is by screenshotting it.
Yeah, it's a screenshot feature. I mean, you could go and replay it. You could click back and replay it. However, to actually
I think you
save,
can only do that once, though, right?
I think it depends. If it's sent to you, yes, but if it's in their memories stay up until they expire.
Okay.
So you could go back and look at it over and over and over again within a 24-hour period. But I have some friends who have like memories from 2 years ago. They just never set them to expire.
Yeah. Hang on, let me switch screens for just a minute to share this. This is just the AI overview. But let me see if you can see that. See where it says when Snapchat launched the memories feature in 2016, the timestamps became even more prominent, allowing users to see when it was originally taken. But see, it just says users. So that's what I was trying to see if that's what you meant by only the person who took it, like the user who took it, can see when it was originally taken, but not the people who are friends with that user.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I just didn't know if that would help anybody to see it.
It'll give you a general view. It would
Yeah.
tell you, like, like it said, 7 hours or 5 hours, but it's not going to say the actual time. Although, if you have the little location settings set in your settings, you can see exactly where they were.
Yep. Yeah.
And you had to go in and specifically turn that off. It was something that was already turned on the minute you get the app.
Do you see this? I was trying to catch up before I forgot. You can also see who screenshots your photos by going into your account.
Yes.
That's very
It sends
true.
you a notification saying so-and-so screenshotted.
Yeah, so that's the other thing when I'm talking about everybody's timestamps on who was there, and then part of the reason that's kind of what I was alluding to, but that's probably a way better way to just put it is, the FBI was there asking all of the different friends, and I'm wondering if there's a report somewhere that instead of just looking at who her friends were, like they would have had to have already looked at her account and determined who that was. But I would just very much like to know because Kelsey did say she was like logging in to the accounts and they were checking stuff. She was doing it, from what I understand, though, completely supervised. They were all still being, like, they weren't really necessarily free to leave. They were being interviewed as, like, when she went back to work, she wasn't there very long before they called her back. When Anna and Becky were on the phone, um, Becky was heading towards Anna's work. She was about to go there to tell her what was happening. And while Becky was en route to Anna, Mike called her and said, "We're going to the police station," because he had just called to report the girls missing. And he was like, "How do we get the ping situation going?" And they were like, "You need to go to the sheriff's office and they have people they can contact to get that ball rolling." And so they were going up there. Well, then all three of them turn around and meet up there at the police station. When they get there and they tell the police who was the last person to see the girls, they were like, "Get her up here now." The thing that's weird to me, though, about it is instead of her going straight from work to the police station, she stopped by and picked Bree up. Like, I don't know at what time she actually did get there in between leaving work, going to Bree's house. Like, I don't know if they got ready and then went up there. There's not an actual specific timeline other than around 6, the family gets to the police station, and then Kelsey's called from work to get back up there. She picks Bree up, and then the next any sort of time frame that we get for Kelsey is 9 PM, and the only reason we know that is because she testified that she took screenshots while they were there being interviewed. Like, that's kind of my 213 timeline, doc. That's kind of in this whole list right here is all of these things where we're getting closer. Like, I'm able to determine, okay, they were at the police station, they were not done with their interviews until after this happened, and then Giancola says that when he shows up around 10 PM, they're still trying to get into this iPad, and then we've got Mike Patty doing the podcast saying, "Well, I had a cousin who did this who works for a local station, and so they were helping us get the word out," and so, like, it kinda gives us, like, every little piece. You can do this, by the way, with actual phone data. That's what I mean by, like, there's some stuff you can figure out. In the absence of it, we are stuck with this, but that's why I really want all of these timestamps because that sometimes people's memories are obviously, I think people in this community already know, but memories are not a perfect snapshot of what happened. Every time you access a memory, you change it. And that's just the reality. And so you can't, if that's all you have to rely on and you have nothing else and you're just wanting someone to just pick their mind and see if they can think of something, anything, so that you can go follow it up just to see if there's something there or if that would help you. I understand when that's all they have to go on, but they have so many other things that they could have checked, and we're a decade in and they still have not actually checked. It blows my mind. Like the fact that we don't know what time, like for the past however many years, like even after the trial has already completed, and there are still people who think Dave McCain did not show up until around 3. And the thing is, maybe he did, but it doesn't sound like it after trial, but even that hasn't been updated. Like, and then nobody has then proceeded to see how that affects the other timelines. And the thing is, when you go at least based on they can agree, like all of their times are different, but the order of events for the most part are all in agreement. And so if we had timestamps to anchor those things to, I think we could get a lot further. And that would also help because some people are like, well, where was Richard Allen? Where was he? And what all this? I'm like, you don't even know where any of these people were. And by the way, I don't have access to that stuff. I get so frustrated when people try to tell me, well, like, why didn't his attorneys, whatever? I'm like, it's not their job, number one.
Right. It wasn't his burden.
And they're
He put
acting like,
himself there. So did everybody else.
well, they're also acting like defense can just call up ISP and get a phone extraction and, hey, can you run this through Magnet Axiom real quick? They can't
Right.
just like open up these files and just look it up in the phone report real quick. It requires people with specialized training just to operate the software that generate the reports. And so
Right.
the notion that they could just pull it up, like they don't have these types of specialists on speed dial, and to get anyone to even just run a very, very basic report takes a lot of hours and a lot of money. And so the notion that people are like, well, why didn't defense do it? Well, because Nick was able to just pick up the phone, call ISP, and request it, and then get it.
And then he just buried it. So
Yeah.
why ask yourself, why did Nick bury it? You know, like,
Well, with some stuff, apparently Cecil didn't even know about it until, I can't remember in this moment if it was that he discovered the information but hadn't figured out yet what it was. And it's very difficult to describe what it's like when you're, even if you've had special training, when you're trying to read through, like, I don't know if people remember, Miss Auger kept referring to the blob data. Like, open
yeah,
this blob. Like, they're just generic words that are used for different features and functions of the phone that don't all, like, in some cases, it's very, like, it's a pretty obvious name for something, but not always. But the problem is there's just hundreds of pages of innocuous sounding descriptions of these features and functions. And so it just takes a lot of, it's very tedious and it's easy to miss because some of the information is not obvious. But I will say one thing. Had Cecil been the one to figure out that headphones were plugged in, we would not be having the conversation we're having now. And had he figured it out before an arrest was made, I guarantee they'd be looking for someone who plugged in headphones and unplugged them. They would all of a sudden be looking into what that phone data tells them. But because they had already arrested someone and invented a whole ass lore behind it, they were stuck with it. And it's incredible to me.
To me that is so weird because they already knew that Richard Allen wasn't there at 5:44 a.m. when the phone turns back on, but yet they still committed to him being the one who did it, despite the phone turning back on at 5:44.
I don't know that Cecil knew that though until 2024.
Really?
I don't think he realized that because there was 2 pages of, well, there was actually hundreds of pages of ping reports from the early days, but when Cecil was first brought on, he was given a very, the only way I know to describe it is a very narrow assignment. He was told to run a report and look at the information for everything leading up to 2/14 on February 13th. He was only looking at stuff before that. And so the problem is at the 3-day hearings especially, but also at trial, like during the 3-day hearings, he was supposed to testify and Ajay was prepared to question him, and she had one thing pulled up in order to do that, and she was told, we're not going to do that today, we're not going to get to it, so she put it away. And these reports, these kinds of phone extractions, they take a very long time to load. You can't just pull up your Google Drive and pull it right up. Like, even just to reference the report, it takes a lot of time. And so for the sake of what they said was judicial economy, according to the transcript, she was like, well, I'll just show you Bunner's report. The thing is, it appears to me now that Cecil had never seen that report and all of the data that happened after 2/14 until he was presented with Bunner's report. And I think after that is he had started his 2024 report, I think, in April or May. It was in May of 2024. But these things take even law enforcement who has all of the tools to play, like all the toys, all the tools, even when they have all of that stuff and the most up-to-date stuff, it still takes them months to get through these reports and to figure out what they're looking at. And so he hadn't completed it yet at the time of this. And so that's another thing. Like when he was shown Bunner's, it's just, there's also the problem with, it's very confusing in the transcript because people are either speaking over each other. And I'm just going to tell you right now, I have a hard time trusting Jody's transcripts.
Right.
Just because, but like there's some things that he was in between the 3-day hearings and trial. He did finally finish his report. And the problem is at trial, instead of being able to clarify certain things, like that's where we also got the difference in when the phone died. Like at one point in time when he did an extraction, he didn't have all of the other information because he actually was just assigned to look at all of the things that happened before those things happened. And so when he's looking at Bunner's report, he's like, well, if there's nothing going on, it looks like it would have died. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh no, we see now it didn't die. And the thing is, his answer was actually truthful, but he was not allowed to continue speaking on what could cause that. And so I do think at some point Bunner at least knew about the 4:30 thing, which means Mullen would have known because Bunner's the guy that Mullen went to when he figured out he deleted all the stuff with the interviews. The person he contacted to help him get the recovery software was Bunner. Like they had an ongoing working relationship. And so I do think that at least Mullen would have known, and you would think he would have briefed his colleagues on that information. And
No, he wouldn't.
well, maybe not all of them, but
He told he told the community that he would let them decide if they felt like
that's
they were
true.
in danger. So, like, bro's not updating shit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even take my own word for stuff. Like, I'm constantly to the point where I'm sure it exhausts certain people that I'm very surprised continue to have the patience for me, because I can't. It's a compulsion I have, because I know that even though I don't want to, even though I don't mean to, and even though I try to actively be thorough and pay attention, I still miss stuff or mix it up or whatever. So I'm constantly testing my own understanding. Like, am I understanding this right? Like, like speaker listener stuff, where you're just like, okay, is this what you're saying? Am I understanding it correctly? And you're just, because that's what it takes when it comes to stuff like this. When you're trying to truly figure something out, you have to do that. But of course, none of these bozos were doing any of that ever. They just, once one of them said something, they think any thought that pops into their head is by default some sort of specialized professional judgment that people should rely on more. Like, it should have more weight because they had a badge while they had the thought. And therefore, it is some sort of specialized law enforcement determination. When it's funny to me, because when you look at all those studies, especially about the read technique, one of the funniest parts about all of the studies on that is that they're like, the more training they get, it increases their confidence in their abilities, but it does not actually increase the accuracy of their abilities. It only inflates their confidence. And so I think about that a lot, because it's not just law enforcement that is susceptible to that. And the thing is, it's not even like, kind of like with some things we can actually figure it out. There's other things that, like, you can do something about it. Like, if you're mindful of it and you have people that you can go like a sounding board, or like to process something through, just to check yourself. Like, there are things you can do to avoid it. And they appear to have done none of that at all in general, ever. They just, once they think it, they're all taking each other's word for it, because they're like, oh, I'm sure he checked it. Well, it turns out none of them were checking anything.
Right. Well, it goes to show, like, a lot of people say, like, the more confident you sound about saying something, the more knowledgeable you are. Look at TV. I mean,
Oh my goodness. I feel like I have trailed off so much, but okay. Actually, I'm going to scroll down a little further, because it all is pretty much what we have been talking about. I just haven't scrolled through. But like, I also want Cheyenne's letter to law enforcement, because I do think it would sound a lot like what we heard. They, law enforcement kind of went back and forth a lot about which one of their witnesses to discredit and which one to bolster. Like, when one of them said something that fit their current theory, that's the one they would bolster. And then if the other one didn't line up, they're like, oh, they're not credible. And they would kind of just like undermine them, which is also like, I knew that was coming the second we heard from all of the boots on the ground when they were coming back at the end of the day. The first time I heard someone say they were wanting to get rid of the sketches, I thought, why are they? And Nick was saying, well, they were forced, they were pressured. That is not something a prosecutor says about their own witnesses in general. Normally, that's the defense saying they were pressured, but the prosecutor was the one making that argument. And it's hard not to take that any other way, other than he's throwing his own witnesses under the bus. And then now, of course, we are able to look back on it now. At the 3-day hearings, they said, well, we don't need the sketches because we have eyewitness testimony. Well, that's really funny, because at trial, you said you don't need the eyewitness testimony because you had law enforcement specialized determinations.
Harshman.
Yes, pretty much. And so they're like, well, we were just able to determine, and also because he placed himself there wearing the bridge guy costume. Well, actually, he didn't do that. He placed himself there earlier, and he didn't put himself in the BG costume. They put those words into his mouth, just like they did with a lot of their witnesses.
But
And
if you think about it, that's the way the state says it. That's
yeah,
also the way the troll says it. The trolls
yep,
always say it before the state do. The trolls will come
it's
out
true.
and push their narrative,
Yeah.
and then suddenly the state's saying the same thing. So who's directing who? The same thing with this motion, Nick's motion to gaslight.
Motion to cope.
Everything he said is exactly what Frankenmeister was saying. Like,
Yeah.
what is happening? Is he your legal expertise or?
Well, there's a lot of those people who have had a lot of, like, even with Turbo, that one post where she's like, okay, I guess we'll find out. Like, you want to place a bet? Like, and I was like, yeah, let's bet. Cause she was like way before any of the 3-day here. Like, I don't remember the actual date. I take that part back. I don't remember. It was way before anybody could have possibly known. But she wrote this big long thing about how Betsy Blair had gone to the Charles twice. And I was like, why are you making shit up? Like, I was so irritated. And I called her out. I'm like, just to be clear, you are inventing an entire part of the timeline that there's no basis for. And she highlighted this one line out of, well, she was returning to the trails, and I went and looked at it. I'm like, okay, but on this other, like, if you compare the search warrant and the arrest warrant, they're pretty close. But in the arrest warrant, it actually clarifies a little bit better and says that she was continuing her walk after turning around. I'm like, why are you interpreting that as her returning to the trail? Like, there's no indication of that at all. And she was just doubling down. And she was like, I guess we'll see, won't we? And of course we did see. And you know what? She was right. And you know why? Because she, for some reason, had access to confidential information that the rest of us didn't have. I
Yep.
didn't have the information to make the leaps that she was making. And so for me, I think people get frustrated with me because I'm like, if I don't have something to base it on, I'm not gonna like, I'll speculate if someone asks me, like, hey, what do you think? Like, what do you think could explain this? I'll get into some of that, but I try not to because I am trying my hardest to get clarification on these basic things from the 13th that we still don't know, like when these people were there and what time. Like, let me see this footage and these time. Like, I know it's scattered
Not
across
muddy
hard
the
drives, but,
water.
like, if I could get a wish list and be like, "Just send me these things so we can at least plot out, like, let's get our own little data map going. Like, let's get some anchor points going," because the trial has already happened and we still don't even have that. Not even for the day it happened. It's crazy to me. But yeah, like, Turbo had confident. I don't know who gave it to her. I don't know who gives it to Frank Meister. I don't know who gave it to Fig when he did that video about he knew about the bullet. And the thing that drives me crazy about that is he's bragging to some people about how he's got a source inside the judge's office.
Yep.
And then you go back and look at the transcript for the November 22nd hearing, and Gull flat out says explicitly that she is taking this information as her work product to keep it confidential. And she then says, the only people who will have access to it is myself and my staff. And I'm like, well, there you go. Fig tapped
Right.
on himself and Gold just confirmed it. Was there any repercussions? Nope. There's never like, they're allowed to just have whatever confidential information they want, apparently, and it's totally fine and nobody does anything about it. Nick is allowed to just straight up commit contempt of court.
We
He
live by
violated
that gig
Gold's order,
order.
and
We
then
live by that gig order.
well, he didn't with the ex parte order, the one from there was 2 orders,
Right.
a gag order in December, and then there was also an ex parte order that was very specific and, like that was an actual order from the court, and anybody who violated it, it even specifies the repercussions. Well, Nick violated it at least 2 times, probably 3, that we know of,
Right.
because it's in the court file. Like, we can go look at it. He put ex parte information in one of his filings, and there's a whole paper trail in his own email chains and his own filings. Like,
Couldn't
there's
help
at least
himself.
2, but I do think there's probably at least 3. Um, There's 2 for sure, likely 3, I guess is a better way to put it. But there was nothing happened. Gold did not care. The fact that she's pretending to care about defense, and the thing is, she even found that she had to call it potentially violative of her gag order with what defense did. She couldn't even say that they did violate it, and the uproar she caused over the potentially violative contempt of court that defense committed, well, Nick straight up violated it. Straight up, flat out. There's no gray area. This is not debatable. He flat out violated it, and there was 0 consequences for it. So the fact that she's now trying to tell us she's not biased, she absolutely is biased, but that because they can say what they want, they can talk to whoever they want, they can share whatever they want, and that's the only explanation I have for why those people like Frank Meister and Turbo and Fig, the reason they have that information is because someone shared it with them.
Right.
Because Turbo was right. She sounded crazy to me when she was talking about it, because I'm like, how do you even make that leap? Well, it turns out Betsy Blair was there twice, and when you have the rest of the story, it doesn't sound as crazy. But how in the world would I have known, okay, this lady walks regularly and she had to go use the restroom, so she went to the Delphi library and came back. Like, that story doesn't sound as crazy when you understand the context of it. But all she was telling me, though, in that little exchange I was having with her, was that Betsy Blair absolutely did return twice. And she was being somewhat careful with her words, but not careful enough. But I did, because I'm like, when I make a mistake, I make an announcement because I don't care about, this is not a vanity exercise. I really do want actual answers. That's my goal. And if I find out one of the answers I have is wrong, I'm going to drop it and go with the correct one, because that's what I actually do want. So I did make sure after we found that out, I was like, Turbo is right. I made an announcement, but I also made sure to point out why she was right. I don't think we talk about that enough.
They don't. They don't. They absolutely don't. But actually, I did take some screenshots of that recent confession under one of your posts talking about how they had access to the discovery.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they do tell on themselves all the time.
Yeah.
They absolutely do. The whole group of YouTubers have access to discovery is insane.
Well, they're not doing anything useful with it, and I think that's what irritates me so much. I'm like, y'all could be answering all these questions, but they don't. They actually try to explain it away, and that is probably why I lock on to some of it so much, because I'm like, the fact that they're trying to make excuses for this makes me know that I now need to see that piece of information. Show me that report right now.
Give me the report.
Because they probably have seen it and they know what it says and they understand the implication of it, but they're not. That's my other problem with Murder Sheet and this stupid book that they've already written, apparently. They, in their little blurb, they say that they are the definitive account of the entire investigation. Well, that would require looking at what we've been told are confidential investigatory. I can't ever say that word to save my life. Whatever, the 552B exemption. I can say that. But it's he's withholding that information, but why does Murder Sheet have it then? If it's confidential, then are they not breaking some sort of, they're violating something if they're telling us it's confidential while going on their podcast and disclosing it? Like, how are they allowed to even get away with that? That drives me crazy. But I don't trust their take on it. They told us the last time I went back to watch the Marathon Gas Station episode, every now and then I rewatch it because I don't watch the beginning of it, because the beginning of it, they actually did a good job talking about the Nasser stuff. I'm not going to criticize them for tearing in to the FBI Indianapolis for that stuff. That is the only compliment I'll probably ever pay them when it comes to those. But I will say you can tell when you listen to the end of it, they only did that in order to help Holman and Vito throw this unnamed vague FBI personnel under the bus. And they were trying to, like, get everybody emotional so that when they started shit-talking the FBI, people were sympathetic to it instead of calling them anti-law enforcement, because it turns out it was, what is it, fratricide? Like, they were fragging their own. And Murder Sheet just facilitated all of it because they're scumbags, but they told this elaborate story after all of that. You know, they told you all these horrible things so that you would believe the story that they then got to eventually about how someone from the FBI was apparently too stupid to work a thumb drive. They took a thumb drive to the Marathon gas station and they were just going to plug it into the system, make a copy, and take it with them and then go back and analyze it. But they just couldn't work their own thumb drive because these, you know how the FBI is. They're just too dumb to work a thumb drive, apparently.
Right.
And so then, because that didn't work, then they went back to Marathon gas station and they're like, well, we can't work our thumb drive, but why don't you just give us your entire hard drive and we'll just take the entire thing with us and we'll go let somebody who's better at this than us, we'll let them, I guess, make a disk image of it. I don't know. They clearly don't know what they're talking about, so they
What
didn't
caused
ask any
that
of those
crap?
questions. But they told this story that they took the entire hard drive from Marathon gas station back to, I don't know if it was headquarters or if it was Indianapolis, their digital lab. I don't know. They didn't specify that, but they just couldn't figure out how to get this footage off of the hard drive. So they just had to take it back empty-handed. And it's not that they corrupted it or lost it. They just couldn't figure out how to get it off the hard drive, supposedly. That was like their whole elaborate story. If you boil it down, they went so elaborate into these details. They said a whole bunch of words without saying anything, but then when you boil down even that to the implications of what they said, it was somebody from the FBI couldn't work a flash drive, and then they couldn't download a hard drive. And so they just returned it to Marathon gas station like, oh, well, we can't figure it out. Thanks anyway. And so
We corrupted everything. There you go.
and the thing is, you can tell they probably got that dumb shit from Holman or Vito, because they were like, in their minds, they probably thought that sounded legit. They're like describing, oh yeah, well, they tried and they just couldn't. They just totally failed to get it. They just couldn't figure it out, as if that's how it works, or as if the FBI doesn't have people they can call to help them with that.
Right.
Hey, I'm having trouble making a disk of this, and so could you send someone over? Or maybe I don't have something that's compatible. Can we get, like, the fact that they just don't know those things, and so they pushed this completely invented dumb shit. Like, they tell on themselves even with that stuff. But those are the people we're supposed to take the definitive account. Like, is Nick denying all the investigative records because he wants Murder Sheet to be the only person telling the story of the investigation? Because that's not going to work for me.
Right.
He's lost his mind if he thinks I'm going to, I don't know how, but I will raise a war chest if I have to hire whatever attorneys to sue for this shit that I've got to do. Like, I'll figure it out. I don't think he wants to motivate me any more than he already has. I don't think he understands that I don't get worn down. Even when I'm burnt out, it almost has the opposite effect.
Right. Especially when they send their trolls after you.
Yeah. But, okay, so I got way off. Hang on, where was I even going with that part? Okay, so yeah.
So Cheyenne's letter to law enforcement.
Yeah. Because she apparently, the thing about Cheyenne too is when you look at her trial testimony, she describes the man that she ran into on the bridge. She said hi to him, but he didn't say hi back. Sound familiar? Remember how the juror was so
Right.
convinced because Riley was like, oh, he said hi, and then he also said he saw girls, so it was the same people. Well, it sounds an awful lot like Riley and Cheyenne saw the same person, and that's probably because they both saw Dave McCain, and Cheyenne and Shelby and the other Shelby and these 4 girls were all still on the trail at this time, and Betsy Blair was already gone, so that's why she didn't see them on that last loop, like when they are arriving. I think the girls probably, I don't know if it's just that people are mixing up. Like, Betsy Blair may have seen the person on the bridge on her first loop or maybe her second loop, and maybe she couldn't remember. Like, we have her loop data, so we know what times she was making the loops. But if she can't remember which loop it was, we can't really just be like, well, it was probably this. Like, we have to leave it as, until we have confirmation to narrow it down, we have to say it was either on the first, second, or third. Like, we have to leave all three of those options open. And now that we know these other people are on the trail, like, you've got to start. It's annoying because it is like, okay, it could be this, or that. If this, then that. If not this, then that or that. Like, there's a lot of that going on. But Cheyenne wrote a letter that explained all of this, and it was because it was written so early on in the investigation. There's probably things that she's even forgotten over time. I don't know if she kept a copy of it. I don't know what it would even say, but it might have something that would indicate a little bit more. But she also said that she believed the person who she said hi to that didn't say hi back and was not very nice or whatever, she believed it was the same person from Libby's video. And so for some reason, when Cheyenne says the same thing that Riley and the other girls say, why is law enforcement determining the group of 4 girls actually saw Richard Allen, but Cheyenne saw Dave McCain? Like, it makes more sense that they're the same person, but again, until we have his freaking... I don't know if defense has their pictures, like just the pictures, and I don't know if there would be metadata with those, like if they pulled them up on whatever hard drive. I don't know what information... Like, I don't know if there's metadata just in the image that was sent to them, or if they got the actual SIM card. I don't know. I hope if they don't have it, I hope they're able to ask for it and get it. But these are things that law enforcement should have done. But around this, Dave McCain said that he talked to law enforcement in the early days, and then it was months later that the FBI came back. And Cheyenne said the same thing. And then after that, it was like nobody contacted either one of them ever again, which is weird because they could have filled in a whole lot of gaps. Like, all these people who could have testified to what cars were on the trail when they showed up around all this time, we don't know any of that information. That makes no sense to me why they would just not be almost pestering them for that information. But instead, they're just like, nope, we don't need it. That's because they're vibe checking all these witnesses instead of letting their data and their pictures, except for the 2 pictures at 12:43 and 1:26. But my understanding is that they didn't even use that to create a timeline until 2022, which is also crazy. I'm like, what else?
I feel like they knew right away who did it. It was just everything from there after they had to go and try to fix. That's the only reason that any of this busybody work makes sense.
Well, I will say this is very odd that in March is when Kathy Shank comes back from Florida. And that happens to be the same time that the FBI is really focusing in on Ron Logan. And the way they talk about her, I wouldn't be surprised if she was like, no, he could never. I would have never taken my kid. Like, she could have been the whole reason they were like, no, he'd never. Like, instead of just investigating him, they vibe checked him and just took Kathy Shank's word for it. Like, Kathy would never defend someone who's capable of that, so it can't be him. FBI is just being ridiculous. Like, they must have rationalized it away, and the only thing that I can think of that would even make them dismiss it is if someone like Kathy Shank, who's their little grandma hero, if she was running around making excuses for him, which apparently she would have because she was close to him enough to take her daughter out there.
So, how is she honor bound to this man? Have we figured that out yet?
I've never heard anybody say that in real life, in all seriousness. I have no idea what that means. I don't even know how to process that. I don't know. There's some people in the space like her and like a lot of the troll people. I don't know people like them in real life, and I genuinely don't know. I'm like, they've got to be kidding, right? But a lot of them are not. They're serious.
This is so serious.
I just I've seen that like in movies, but like it reminds me a lot of like the John Bonet, the ransom letter, where it's like, this is not a serious letter. Like, this is from a movie. Of course,
Right. With
that was
the exact amount his
it's just
his
like,
bonus was.
but that's what she reminds me of. Like, she's like the human version of that ransom letter. It's just like, I don't, I have no clue what she actually means, what she's actually talking about, because I'm having a hard time even believing that she's serious. She clearly is, but like my brain rejects that. 'Cause my brain is like, nobody would be like that, but she is. So it's like, I don't.
I am out about to the rather okay.
I'm more interested in why. Why is she honor bound to him?
Right.
Whatever that means to her, why is she whatever that is to him?
She's adopted, right? The
I
daughter.
I don't know.
She's been trafficked, kidnapped and trafficked into Kathy's arms.
Oh, she might have. I mean,
In my opinion.
well, Kathy does like picking up random kids instead of just like, where's your mom? Like, where's your house? Like, you could have just done that, but no,
Right
she like
there.
took the kid.
Right. Where's your house? It's right there. Oh no, it's not. You're right now.
Oh my gosh, do you see this?
Yes. Fancy shape. Oh my god. He is a patsy though too. Kind of.
I don't know. Like, that is definitely one of the rabbit holes in this case that is very easy to fall down. And I've told this from people, I want to say it might have been Kay, the first person, whoever emailed me was like, are you one of those people who dismisses it? I'm like, absolutely don't. But I'm like, I was so new and just still trying to get a handle on just the facts of the case. Like, I hadn't even begun looking into all of the other stuff that other people have known for years, because it wasn't until they unsealed the PCA that I was like, something is not right, and started trying to just figure out what was what. And if I didn't think there were people who were more than capable of holding down that fort, I might make more time for it. But I'm like, there's a wide range of people doing that. And so like um I'm not as agitated about that stuff, and it's not because like I don't have an explanation for why his phone is pinging at these times and the places it is,
Right.
but in like when I got really involved in the lane that I'm in, there wasn't a target on his back with a ticking clock. Like, he had already passed away. Like, because Richard Allen is the one with the target on his back and the clock is ticking, that's kind of where my focus is, just by default of the circumstances. And I do have so many questions about why they did or didn't do basic thing. Like, the FBI seemed to be willing to just pursue it. And the thing is that's crazy to me is, why didn't Unified Command let them? But when I think about the timing of it, I'm like, well, Kathy Schenck did it. She just came back from Florida. So that, in my mind, that
Is that when they were kicked off? Did it coincide together?
no, this is in 2017. She came back to assist the investigation in March of 2017. And
Mhm.
that March of 2017 is when they started trying to get the warrants and stuff for Logan. And I assume that no matter what they came back with, she was like, no, no, it's because these are outsiders, because they're feds. She probably was
Right.
trying to say, like, they're trying to take over, like, that's where my mind goes, because that's like, I'm trying to figure out why they would have been disinterested in some of these things. But like, when you're talking about how they knew who it was, but they just didn't do that, like, a lot of the things that law enforcement has done wrong in the beginning, in the areas, like, if you look back, you can see where they went wrong, and the maliciousness of it didn't start until after they took a wrong turn. And instead of just recognizing it or acknowledging it or taking any responsibility for it. They just took it personal anytime they were challenged, and then almost kind of there's like I forget what the YouTube video is, but it's the title is pretty much "Facts Don't Change Minds." Like, with some people, if you present them with facts, if it contradicts what they believe, they almost dig their heels in even stronger and harder on what they believe.
That's true.
And so I do think there was a lot of that, not with all of them. Like, I'm not always good about making the distinction between unified command and other. Like, there were a lot of law enforcement officers from a lot of different agencies who I think they were genuinely trying to follow the facts in the investigation, and they wanted to find this guy or the people. They were doing actual police work. And the problem is when they would forward it on to Unified Command, they had probably too much faith in Unified Command. And when Unified Command turns around, it's like, nope, we cleared them or whatever. Instead of following up on it or like, okay, well, what did you clear? Like, could you maybe say more? Instead of questioning them, they just were like, oh, okay. And there seems to be a lot of things that they let go because when you ask the people who tried to follow up on stuff, like even with Ferency and Murphy, when Murphy was testifying and they were like, well, what happened? He's like, well, we don't know. Like, we just didn't hear anything back. Like, Holman would just ghost people.
Right.
And even with the report, Cecil was contacted by the cast team, I believe. And they were requesting his phone extractions for Libby's phone. Well, I'm unclear on why he didn't just forward it to them unless it was because they had their own little unique filing system. Like, maybe he had to print it out and send it to Kathy. I don't understand why he didn't just forward it to them or why he had to contact Holman. I don't know if he had to get authorization or approval. But of course, once he called Holman, that's where usually everything falls apart, is when people contact Holman and they're
Yeah.
told, yeah, I'll take care of it. And then they find out like a year or two later that Holman either never went to go pick up the phone or didn't forward on the report. Oh, I'm going to scroll down a little more on that note. Yeah, we've kind of gotten into most of this, like the trail cam. Like, I want all of that so that we can see even earlier in the day. Hoodis made a post, I think it was yesterday or today, about the Weber van, like the white van video. He's like, well, okay, if we could see what time he was leaving in the morning, that might help us kind of zero in. Like, that would help us confirm or compare. Like, okay, if it was this time that he left and his phone records support that, then we can have a better, like, it's one more thing, kind of like with tower data. Like, if you have 3 towers, it's more accurate if you have more data to compare it to. We could do that with all these other trail cams, but I do want those. But the thing that I want clarification on and correction to specifically, something that agitates you, like Nick, in his motion in limine, he requested all of the geolocation data or all the geofence data be excluded because it was all tower data and it was all unreliable because it's tower data.
To confuse.
Yes, because we also have, there's a Google geofence warrant. And the thing is, because we don't have more information, he's able to be semantic about it. Like, he's not wrong, but he might not be right either. And because we don't know, let me pull this up because this might give me a second to pull up this one document. It's the
I want to ask Chat a question.
okay.
Chat, who who's a really good reader, can read really fast? I want you to read Kathy's daughter's smut books. TD,
Oh my god.
if you read Kathy's daughter's smut books online, you could probably make lots of money. But no, seriously, I have a feeling, like, what if she's been writing the narrative the whole time, like the PCA?
Well, she's got some competition with Walla and their little fanfics.
Right, the unseasonably warm. I just want like maybe not reading the whole entire book, but reading a couple chapters out of each book to just see if she has that really colorful language, because she
Yeah.
seems like the type that is just like
She bonkers.
right, like her shit's got to be outrageous, and she's got about 8 books.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, I hear they're really nasty too. So if you're into that thing,
Okay, so there's a field guide that is a lot of pages, but I took some of the PDFs from the field guide, like a too long don't read version. I took 11 slides from it. And here's like this is a table of contents for the whole field guide, but if you look at this, CAS does like they are most like overall they're looking at cellular information. But hang on, let me see, where is it? There. Okay, so this is part of what they do is they subpoena records or they get search warrants. Subpoenas are easier to get a lot of times than a search warrant, but we have Robert Ives given those interviews about how in the early days they subpoenaed all kinds of tower data, and like they got all the tower data in its entirety, but they also, I think there were 70 additional subpoenas for individuals, and that was in 2017. So then if you go 2 years later in 2019, the FBI is coming on board, and I assume they're the ones who requested, actually ISP requested the geofence warrant from Google or the state of Indiana. I think it was through ISP, but it was part of all of it was like a task force effort, except for the fact that Holman was ghosting them with some of the reports that they wanted to include in this analysis. But if you look at this, there's everything from tower data, but they're also able to include other types of data sets. And a lot of times they have to do a warrant to get the device IDs that show up in the tower data. And that's because Google will keep location data for different devices depending on the different apps. So even if it's not their cell, like they might have shown up in the cell tower data, but they won't have more accurate location data for them until they get that more precise location data from Google. So like in a way it's kind of like two things are true at the same time. Like it starts with cell site analysis, and then there's other things that you can kind of drill down on a little bit more precisely as you go. And like when they're just doing the cell site stuff, they have the call detail records then they've got the tower list and they plug it into their cast viz, and then they can do all kinds of stuff with it. They can create maps. It says that you should not take it to court without being validated for accuracy. Testimony should only be through a qualified expert. Well, that's interesting because Horan and Sabrick, I don't know how you say his name, they are qualified. They're more than qualified. And I can't believe we still don't have transcripts for the 3-day hearings. But at the 3-day hearings, Horan said that they believed through their analysis that they caught one of the people that Murphy mentioned during his testimony near the cemetery on the day of the crime. And Yellow Jacket's notes
yeah,
are not more specific than that, but if you go look at the notes for what Murphy said, and we do have some transcripts from those 3-day hearings, not everybody's, but we have some. If you look at Murphy's, we all know who Murphy was talking about because he was being questioned about the Frank suspects. And so you've got all this, and of course, after that, Gold granted Nick's dumbass motion. But here's the other thing. If you, like, people are like, well, where's Mr. Allen's records? Well, you know what? They would have, if there were phones that they were trying, unidentified phones that they needed to find, this is how they determine which provider it is and the subscriber info. And then if you see, Google is listed there. So that could be what the warrant was for, because they're trying to find the provider. And the thing is, you know how like now there's a lot more prompts where you can opt in or out for different apps and companies to track your activity across apps and devices. You can either say like, yes, I'm fine with this, or no, I'm not. Well, at this time in 2019, most people did not opt out of it because they didn't even know to. They weren't given these very clear prompts to even make that decision. So, in one sense, it is still technically phone provider data, but not exactly. Like, there is kind of like with Cecil's report, there's still information in there that if you drill down on it and you start expanding these, like there's like a little tree when they're looking through all this forensic software, you can click the little plus sign, kind of like a folder in Google Folders. If you double click a folder, it will open up all the folders inside of it. And then you can click on that folder and it'll show you all the documents inside of that. And then some of those folders, if you click on the file, it'll have like an attachment. Like that's kind of what they're doing when they're going through all of these things for the phone. There's other information within Google with the location services that they can pursue. And so the fact that Nick tried to just reduce it to tower data really drives me crazy. But we need to know what they requested. And I'm very interested in this whole 2017 and 2019 neighborhood canvas. Are they talking about the drive test? Like, is Nick trying to call it a neighborhood canvas to avoid calling it a drive test? Like, I have questions about that. But they have all of these things where even if you don't have one of the major telecom providers, they even have a whole section for how to get that information. And it says, how did they word it? I think it might be further down. Yeah, keep going down. Here's another thing. Through investigation, many different types of identifiers may be obtained apart from the information received in a tower dump. The following are examples of identifiers that you can use CastViz to conduct a common analysis. You've got IP addresses, MAC addresses, license plate readers, Google IDs, phone numbers, IMSIs, ESNs, MEIDs, IMEIs, social security numbers, and data from geofence warrants. Like all of these things, like none of those are just tower data. They're other identifiers from other devices separate from whatever provider they use. Like they might be associated with or attached to, but it doesn't mean that it's only like all of this information is not just tower data. Like there's other information within it. And then where's the one where it talks about here's the retention periods for the different providers. US Cellular holds them for 7 years. Verizon is 3 to 5. Sprint for 10. Metro PCS is 2. T-Mobile is 2. Cricket is, I guess they keep all of them, but I don't know what that means, 2015 to present. But AT&T also keeps them for 7 years. I thought I pulled up the one where, companies that purchase network capacity to offer their own wireless services using the network of another telecom, that would be a provider like, what is it, Tang, that Mr. Allen used. They're acting like they can't get that information when they absolutely could. That includes prepaid phone cards, burner phones, and this information can be found. They're acting like all of this is gone for, like, even if he had dumped his burner phone, they can, like, you don't need the physical device to get any of this information. If his phone was registered in these very specific analysis that they do, they would have been able to find him and unmask him and associate him with his device. But they didn't because it was they were, when you're talking to geofence, it's not just a physical perimeter, like you can only look at records within this geofence virtual perimeter, but it's also between this time and that time. So even if they expanded their fence, they can only look at those things for certain times. You can't just get like for 3 days. I mean, you probably, I guess depending on what the crime is, you might be able to, but not necessarily. Like with all the interviews we have and the testimony we have, it looks like they got it from a very specific, maybe 4 at the most 5-hour time frame. And so I don't know why they're acting like this information was inaccessible to them and why it would have showed up in 2017 if it did exist. So even if Mr. Allen didn't have his phone in 2022, it wouldn't matter because they still have this tower data in Discover. Like, they would be able to still go back and look for it. And so the fact that Nick wanted it all out tells me a lot. But anyway, I have this in the folder. I'm pretty sure I put it in the description, like all of the stuff from in this, let me go back to this one real quick. Like in this document at the very, very, very bottom, all the links to the different stuff, I just put it in here. Let me see. I don't remember what page I was on. Yeah, that's kind of what all the rest of the list, they're all kind of the same thing, but I at least wrote them out specifically to make an actual list, because sometimes it gets overwhelming to know where to start or what to drill down on. And let me see. Oh, hang on. What did I just click on? Oh yeah, I just saw someone. So the photo of Libby holding her phone with a bright red phone case. I don't know if I saved it anywhere handy, but I was looking through trial notes for something else earlier, and there was a description about the phone case on Libby's phone, and it was a Harry Potter themed phone case. It wasn't a pink case. It was described as Harry Potter themed. And I had, like, when I saw it, I remembered it, but I had just it was one of those things that I knew but completely forgot until coming across it again. And I remember thinking we should probably try to look up Harry Potter cases that are, I mean, they might have some pink ones, but I just thought that was so odd to be so specific about. Hang on, I wonder if I can pull that up. Let me search my little folder here real quick.
Was it Gryffindor, the red one?
Harry, hang on, I don't know. Let me see. Oh Lord, it might have been, if it was Fox 59, grain of salt. Hang on, let me see.
It was Gryffindor. Passive friend knows. I'm not even a Harry Potter.
Oh, here it is. Yeah.
Harry Potter.
Can y'all see this? Libby's phone was also found underneath Abby inside of a Harry Potter themed phone case. Like, what?
It didn't look very Harry Potter themed. It just looked pink or purple.
I do not know. Hang on. I think Andrea has actual notes for Olehi. Let me see. Let me
Why
switch.
didn't they have any evidence markers? Why?
I don't know.
Why aren't there evidence markers? I'm so upset.
Let me see.
The little things that we do.
Hang on, let me see if it's in this one at all. Because Fox 59 is the only one who reported that very specific detail. Yeah, and Andrea's notes that Gryffindor phone case. She has more detail than Fox 59 did. It was Fox 59 said Harry Potter themed, and the notes transcribed by Sleuthy from Andrea's live. Let me see. Pink, Gryffindor, iPhone 6 case. Let me see what that looks like. Gryffindor, iPhone 6. Oh, yeah. Pretty hot pink. Hang on. Let me see. I was thinking like black and blue and like, I don't know much about Harry Potter though.
Remember
I
those
guess
dumbass silicone ones that had like the whole creature?
yeah. Okay, so that does, I guess it does check out. Like in my mind, see this black one here? Like I was thinking I don't know what I was thinking. Oh my gosh, here's this cat. This ridiculous cat.
Oh, down
This
at
one,
the bottom.
like the one with, what's her name? Like I would have thought they were all kind of that theme. The one at the bottom, this
This
one?
one right where you were hovering over.
Oh wait, to the right or
Over.
left?
One more.
This
Yep.
one.
Yeah.
I guess that would be it. Weird. Okay, well that's a better visual. I don't remember if it was Judge Jessica that was asking on Twitter earlier or somebody. Y'all, we're gonna get her. Oh wait, this one that's Otterbox. I was about to say that looks like the picture, but that's a different brand. Where did it come from that she had a rose gold iPhone? I searched my folder because I have a lot of different interviews and different things in there, and I thought, well, maybe I could, like, even when I was just typing in gold, I didn't, the only thing that came up was all the firearms stuff because they were talking about CMS is the gold standard for comparison when it comes to the images, but I didn't find anything related to the phone. I don't know if anybody ever did figure out where that came from, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the rose gold came from either.
Hang on, I just saw someone said, oh, it was Jessica, yeah. I've been looking ever since you saw, I saw you post that, and I thought, I couldn't, like, when you asked, I thought, well, I actually don't know. So I started trying to look, and I still don't know. Like, I do know I've heard it a lot in the last week, but I don't know. I mean, I'll keep looking. As of now, I'm not sure. But someone said, why is the photo?
White.
Huh?
He said the phone looked white in the crime scene photo.
Let me see. Hang on, why isn't there a marker for the phone pics? There's not a good reason, Veronica. It's not that you're lacking in education on why, it's that they're lacking common sense, and apparently they didn't use, like, anything for scale or that kind of stuff. I don't think there's a good reason for it.
The thing is I remember seeing a bunch of flags around there. I was like, is that what they were using as markers? Like, they never removed them.
Path. The only time I remember anybody talking in any sort of depth about that was Julie Melvin when they were going back after the crimes happened to kind of take footage, like get videos and pictures of the area and rewalk things to time things. This was back in probably as early as March of 2017 that she was doing that. There were blue flags it looked like they were marking the path from the crime scene to the cemetery. But I can't remember in this moment if it also went along the secluded path or if it went straight to the cemetery and that was it. If it went to the cemetery, that could have just been part of the system they were using. Like, they also used rope to kind of rope off. Okay, they're trying to do grid searches. And so, okay, we've cleared this area. So they were using the rope to, don't go here because we've searched that. So, don't, to keep it preserved after it was inspected. Okay, this area is covered. And so it was just kind of to visually mark the areas that had been looked at or searched. I don't know if the flags were part of that. I'm not sure. Julie would probably know. I don't know if she got any clarification on it, but she could at least explain where exactly they were. But there was one person who said, why is the photo at night when Andrea reported that the phone was picked up and they waited for the report to be run? On the 213 timeline doc, I know we have a time frame for when the CSIs did what. Like, he testified that he arrived around 1 o'clock and he was the helicopter guy. He started from the outside and worked his way in down to the scene. Like, he started with his helicopter pics for aerial footage of the crime scene area. And then he landed, and then I assume it was him that after landing, or I don't know if he flew it back or somebody else flew it back, or if that's when Datsman took over, is after Olehi took the aerial photographs, or if Datsman was working on that with Paige. Like maybe they were taking the crime scene pictures while he was in the helicopter. I need transcripts because it's some combination of those. I just don't know which one because the reports didn't really specify. But that started, Olehi was the first one to arrive around 1. And within an hour, the other, at least the photographers, were on site after that. And so they were out there, though, until like 10 in the evening doing CSI stuff, but not necessarily the photographers. I don't know what time the bodies were actually removed. I do know it was before sunset. I say I know. I don't know that for sure. I'm under the impression that it was before sunset, according to the trial reports. I don't know if it's true, but that's how it was reported. And that would have been, I think sunset was around 6:20. So those pictures of the phone were taken at some point between 1 p.m. and 6 p.m., which is not, it's not helpful, but it's not nothing either. There were pictures that were taken of like the tree and other things the next day, and there were some things that were taken at night, but I believe that was more related to, like, they came back with the luminol type shit. They did that evening and the next morning. Even I think it was Datsman, he testified that on the 15th, like, they had left, the CSIs had left for the night. There were still people, like, even on the news you can see, like, ISP had both entry points along 300 in between, like, the highway and, like, right where Ron Logan's property is, that intersection. They were parked there all night, so they were controlling who could come and go, and it was basically just the people who lived there and needed to either leave their house or return to their house. Other than that, nobody else came or went except for law enforcement, but Datsman said that he came back on the 15th with crime scene pictures because he was looking for the sticks. He was going to return on the 15th to go get the sticks, and he took the crime scene pictures so that he could identify them the next day. And that is one of the very many things that's confusing because apparently Dan Doolin said he was out there on the 17th, and I don't know if Datsman just didn't find them or he was like, oh, we don't, like, he looked at them and he was like, no, we don't need these. But for some reason, Dan Doolin found something that Datsman missed. And so then after the 17th, he calls him back out there. Like, I don't really know what's going on there, and I won't until we have transcripts because there are certain details that I don't know if the media just didn't hear or didn't think were useful to report on. I mean, it's just everybody, even the ridiculous people I think everybody was very motivated to write down what they heard and as much of it as they could because everybody wanted to be the person who had the most information. And so I do think if they didn't get that information, it's probably because they didn't hear it, not because they didn't include it. But I don't, until we have the transcripts, I just don't know what to make of it beyond that.
You're so charitable.
Well, the thing is, I don't necessarily, I'm not charitable with their intentions so much as, like, a lot of times most people, even if they're shitty people, they, in their minds, think they're doing the right thing for their right reasons. Like, they rationalize it, and a lot of times you can make sense of what they probably would have done if they thought they were doing the right thing. Like, you can kind of get a little bit closer. It's not that I'm really, like, I don't see moral ground to a lot of these people because they don't have an inch of it to stand on. But I do think there are some areas where I will agree that they believed, like, they were trying to write it all down. But I don't know. I feel like you can get closer to at least what probably happened if you proceed based on what they would have done if they thought they were in the right. I don't know if I'm even explaining that right. Hang on,
The
what-
one area that speaks the most volumes to me, the one thing they had to get right. Do you love your father?
Oh God, yes.
Yes or no? And they got it wrong. That to me, it's not like they asked for a super large answer, very
Right.
wordy, beautiful. Yes or no? And Bob got that shit wrong. That to me felt like it told me everything.
Just to be clear, you mean Bob Siegel, right?
Yeah,
Not Bob Mata.
not Bob Mata. No, not
I know
Uncle
that, but I'm
Bob.
just
Not Uncle Bob.
for the unserious, obtuse people. I just wanted to clarify. I know that. I know you know that, but just trying to, um, yeah. I mean, that was like the damage they have done to this man's family unnecessarily already. The fact that, I mean, Holman straight up treated the women in his life like actual objects to be leveraged.
Yep.
That alone is it. There are certain things that law enforcement has to do when they're trying to get things done and they're trained to view it a certain way. I obviously don't, I'm not, this is one of those analysis is not justification. I'm absolutely not justifying it. I'm just trying to, um, be very clear about what they're trained to believe about these things. Oh, there's a reason for it. There's a greater good. There's a, like in their minds, they're like, well, we're trying to, kind of like, we got to torture the terrorists because we got to save the world. Well, you're not saving the world through that because all that does is produce, like, they'll say whatever you want. Like they will guess 60 times until they get it right on the 61st time a lot of times.
Right.
And
They're
then the problem with that is in the
innocent people.
process of that, you start messing with people's memories, and it's kind of like the problem with eyewitness testimony and memories. Every time you access a memory, you change it, and the way our brains work, you cannot always tell the difference between, at least your brain can't. It can't tell the difference between what you're seeing and what you're picturing in your mind. And that's why they like some people talk a lot about like manifest the life you want kind of stuff. Like there's a lot of woo-woo stuff that goes into, but like in general, like the actual brain function part of it, like you can um like if you change your thoughts, you change your life kind of stuff. Like there's some truth to that because like if even if you don't feel good, if you choose to like if you're feeling depressed, like if you choose to treat people a certain way regardless of how you feel about them, like it does improve your mood, like, and there's just different things like that, like, I think the Gracian guy, he probably did a good job of explaining how even memories can be a belief, but when you factor in all of these different weird things that our brain does, and you place them into the context of someone who's being held captive, who's being taunted every day by people who have seen his discovery and are like, even at one point, he didn't he didn't learn that he confessed until Walla told him. She's like, "Hey, did you know you confessed? You probably shouldn't do that." And he's like, I'm sorry, I what?" And she's like, "Yeah, you totally confessed." And this is like, if you look at even the media, like the pro Walla people, like their account of it is the first time I even heard this. And she basically informs him that he confessed. And when he's very shocked by it, he's like, "Well, shit, did I sign anything?" And she's like, "Well, no." But the only reason she told that story is because in her mind, the part of that story that was important was that he was very concerned about whether or not he signed something. And she took that as a sign that he was manipulating people. And he was just like actually just looking out for himself. And he's like, "Well, but I didn't sign anything, right?" When essentially what he's doing is like, "Wait, I did what?" Like he's trying to find out. It's kind of like if you have ever blacked out. I've never been blackout drunk, but like I get the gist of it. Like people are like, "Wait, what happened last night?" Like it was more of a situation like that. But when you don't when you are in a position that Walla was in as a professional, as a licensed professional with ethical duties, and you are not treating patients based on any of those ethical guidelines, and you're definitely not testifying on them, and you're just warping the whole thing. Like, she twisted that whole thing of him being like, I said, what? Did I sign anything? Like, what is going on? She turned that into a story of him trying to manipulate her. She was
Well,
the one literally, and that's kind of how Holman was. He's like, oh, he was being very manipulative to Kathy and
but that was a
his daughter.
narrative that took place after the 3-day hearings. Because at the 3-day hearings, she was like, he said he wanted to confess, and I said, maybe you shouldn't.
Well,
Like,
this was happening as early as like it. The when you look at the, I think you have read it because it's a pretty heavy document to read because it gets kind of dark. But they've changed the timeline with all that stuff a few times, so that's already a problem. But
yeah,
the issue I have with the way she's doing that is the same issue I have when Holman was up on the stand trying to tell these people, oh, he was manipulating his wife and his daughter, and he was just trying to manipulate all these women around him. And I'm like, motherfucker, you are the one who manipulated his wife and his daughter.
right,
He
right,
walked into the other room and he didn't just read technique, Mr. Allen. He read technique Kathy and was trying to
right.
like tell her, oh, he told us this. And so he did that to create agitation between them because that's part of the technique. And so she's coming in there questioning him, and they thought, well, if she questions him, maybe he'll blurt something out.
Right.
And so, like, but of course, Murder Sheet turns around and reports it as, oh, he didn't tell her. Well, of course, Murder Sheet's also the people who had people, some of them still running around thinking that, I mean, they were trying to read technique Keegan Klein too. Like,
Right. They
he,
brought him to the Air Force Base.
yeah, and even he was like, wait, I was the last one to talk to them? Like, we still don't even know if that's true. He's like, if you say so, like, he could have been, but I think it's more likely that he was talking to some of the other girls and Kelsey. The thing is, we don't actually know if he was even talking to her or if that was the last one. We do know that that was an assertion that they made while read techniquing him, but because the people who were doing it are fucking Beto, of all people, who cannot, he doesn't seem to be able to tell the truth to save his life. Like, he's always coming up with some story
Right.
and then just abandoning it the second it falls apart. Like, I don't know. But still, like, they were the ones manipulating the women in his life while accusing him of doing it. Like, Walla was manipulating him and then accusing him of doing it to her. Like, it's so warped.
Well,
And
yeah, because she was also trying to say that in her, in his perspective, she was taking the place of his wife with his,
I'm so sure.
yeah,
Ugh, so
with,
gross.
right. Like, who says that? Professionals don't.
A lunatic. Somebody,
Professionals do not say that.
absolutely not. And they don't, like, she's definitely got one, like, she might end up in one of these true crime interrogation videos in the next 20 years. Like, she's gonna do some crazy shit to a patient, and it's gonna
I
catch up with
believe,
her, and they're gonna find out about her long history of doing this kind of lunatic shit. Like, I would not even be surprised.
I believe so because it,
Terrifying that she has been in a position of power over, like, inmate. You would never do any of this, like, if you were working in an office building and these people were just your paying customers, people would be able to see how inappropriate this shit is. But because they're inmates, they're not viewed as human, and so everything they do is just manipulation. Well, the thing is, they're put into a position where they're not allowed to get anything unless they justify it or come up with a reason for it. And even when they tell the truth, they're not believed because they're inmates. And so, like, they're constantly, like, some of them are pathological liars, some of them are not. But, like, just like with the investigation, instead of these people looking into it to find out what's what, they just vibe check everyone, and they just try to vibe check what people say. They try to analyze their body analysis or whether they're wearing sweatpants or
they need to keep that shit. Like they need to backburn that shit because they don't know what they're doing. He
they
pulled
really
him
don't.
backwards. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
I feel like everybody who has ever driven a hatchback car, like, I think that is like a hatchback car driver thing.
And a
They don't,
truck, pickup truck, like
yes.
F-150s and shit. They
Depending on the
love
car,
to
there are
drive
certain
that shit.
drivers of certain types of car who absolutely, like, even if they've never met each other, they all have whatever character trait gets them backing in.
They're honor bound to backing in.
I cannot take that woman seriously. Like, I don't.
And then
It's
like the
so
sweatpants is weird, and oh, and Kathy didn't want to be here while I was re-techniquing
oh, I
her
can't
husband
believe she didn't
into a
wanna be
double.
there. How
Right?
odd. Like,
That
what
was odd. Like, no,
super
bro, it's
odd that she's
not
not
odd.
having a wonderful time.
Right? What kind of date night is this? I'm getting re-techniqued in a police station. Like, if it's gonna be a great day, it's not anywhere near a cop.
Hang on, let me see what did Veronica say? I saw someone asked a question. Let me see what she's talking about with the phone placement or whatever. I'm trying to find it. Might have been far back. I don't know. I'm scrolling. Um, Dang, was it way back? Um, Someone said, Veronica, what do you mean about the phone where it was found? I'm not seeing what she said. Did you see it? Do you know what they're talking about?
I'm
Oh, wait,
looking.
hang on. Oh, that's not what she's looking for, but I found her. Let me keep scrolling. Well, dang, I missed a whole bunch. I said I was going to get better about that, and I haven't.
Oh, it's between Carmen and Veronica. It
Oh, wait.
was
Okay. Are you talking about the pick 3? Left.
I
You can't just. Oh, wait.
don't think I've seen that one yet.
It's at 10:02. Well, I'll keep looking, but she says pick number 3, puddle of
Oh yeah.
blood, left upper corner, jean lower left. I thought that was the black hoodie at first, and I think it is probably the jeans, but I didn't like. It looks. I don't know if it's just the saturation or the sunlight. Like to me, it looks black, not blue. But I guess if it's also bloody, maybe that's partly why. But the material, like you can see the little denim lines, so it probably is the jeans.
But also it's
Oh,
dark outside.
she says, Jean, lower left, I can't place the phone as described. You can't just roll a body without protocols. That's also true. But like when you see that pool of blood that at least the jeans are in, I don't understand that because in the picture, um, like I thought it was the bottom left hand corner, but I guess if it's rotated, it probably is the top left corner. But there's a pool of blood in that corner, whatever corner it is. There's material that she's wearing, and it's a weird consistency. Like I don't even know how to describe that, but there's none of that where the phone is, where it was supposedly under her body, but it looks like the material is like soaking in it. And so I'm unable to make sense of the visuals in that. But even if they just rolled her over, that makes even less sense to me that they rolled her over. Like, is it the pool of blood just like poured out when they rolled her over? And that's why it wasn't where it was? Like, I don't, my brain keeps trying to make sense of what I'm looking at and what they're telling us caused it or what, oh, we rolled her over and there it was. Well, there's no blood on it though.
I wonder how close it was to where the like that puddle of blood was.
Well, I would think the puddle of blood was under her because they said it was. They said her hoodie, like the sweatshirt hoodie, soaked up a lot of it, but the rest of it, they said, seeped into the ground. Well, if the phone is below her,
I
right,
struggle with that.
why is there no blood on it? But I don't think the phone was under her. Like, it looks like it was just near her.
It looked like it was under, if anything, if the way I seen it looked like it was. Maybe I'm taking two different pictures. I think I am.
I don't know what,
Excuse me.
but like if it was under her, it makes no sense that once they did roll her over, like why there would still be morning dew. Like why would the sweatshirt soak up blood but not dew?
Oh, okay. So here's what I'm thinking. Like
Even that,
the
like
way
I
I looked at it when I seen the pictures, the crime scene photos, it looked like the phone was actually in between her legs, and that it wasn't actually underneath her.
okay, so that would make more sense to me why it doesn't have any
Yes,
blood or anything on the leaves. Because if it's under her, like the way it was described in all the pull reports was that it was under her back, like kind of like where her shoulder blades would be. That was the visual I got from the descriptions in the media reports. And I'm like, okay, so there should be blood on the leaves somewhere near, if that's the case, like maybe not right on top of it, right around it, but like near it. But there's no blood. Even after they rolled her over, there's none. And they said it seeped into the ground, but the leaves aren't even stained. How did the dew survive? But the dew stayed put, but the blood just went completely around. But like, how did the sweatshirt material not soak up the dew?
you know what?
Just like even that stuff, like I can't, like I end up on loop because it makes no sense to me.
This all goes back to the Rod Logan and the orange cleaner and the hose.
I mean, I've seen that picture of the orange cleaner. I don't know about I don't know what, like I know he had, like if he had horses, I understand. Like I assume that was for like cleaning
They
stable areas or whatever, but
For
did
a
he,
long time, it was a theory that he was down there spraying down the crime scene, like spraying the crime
I
scene
mean, does the
down.
fire department even have one that long?
I don't know.
That's that's
But
pretty.
they also made it seem like there were bottles of orange cleaner everywhere, and like it was just a mess.
I know there was that one. There may have been that may have just been the only one that was pictured, but I
Silence
just
said
don't
her
know more than
clothes
that.
were wet. Her clothes were wet. Silence, were they wet, like soaking wet, or were they wet, like damp from being out in the night with the moisture? God, I sound so silly.
No, it doesn't. But even that, I feel like that makes the dew droplets even more difficult for me to understand. Because like if you have a wet towel on the floor or whatever, like the water kind of like water doesn't. If water is near water, they don't just stay in individual droplets. They kind of group, like they make a puddle. If there's
Right.
more water on, so if her sweatshirt was wet on top of a wet phone, it wouldn't leave droplets. It would leave a puddle. And so that's like there's just those kinds of things. I'm
She
like,
said the bottom looked wet from the ground, but wet enough for the denim to look darker and the temperature change.
well, I've only seen the denim in the corner of that picture, and that's very difficult for me to understand because it looked like it was soaking in a pool of liquid. I mean, I assume it's the blood, but like there's like if you were to have like a puddle, like if it's pouring rain and like we have this one area of our garage where there's some steps, but when it rains, like if the kitties come in or out and it doesn't stay closed, like part of the little step, it's not level, and so like the water pools right there. And in my mind, I'm just, if I were to drop like a tea towel there, it wouldn't be enough to soak it all up, but it would soak up quite a bit of it. But like part of the material would be bubbled up, kind of like what the denim looks like, which I think it's just probably her knee, I assume. Like, I don't know, but like it would still get soaked into it, like, because the water on the material that's on the floor or on the ground, it gets heavier, so it starts pulling the material down. And I guess if there's a body inside of it, it wouldn't pull all the way down. But um, like when something is saturated, like it expands, especially liquid. Like it, I just those are the things where my brain is like going through all of those different factors, trying to look for something that adds up. And but like even if you go with one, like okay, well this would make sense, but then it puts all these other things in question. It's like none of them make sense at the same time. I think that's what frustrates me about this.
Right.
But again, if we also had a better timeline for the CSIs other than sometime between 1 and 6, that would be helpful, because we, like, even just how long it had been that, because once they rolled her over, I don't know how much time between that happened and the bodies were actually removed, or if they rolled her over, took a picture of it, and then later back down. Like, even those kinds of things would be able to help us make more sense of the details about the, like, we could make a better train of this happened and this is what caused that. But because we don't have any of those pieces, and it's so weird to me that the state wouldn't want people to have this, because if all this helped their case, like, it would be good for them.
But it's by design because they're trying to hide everything now. It's not about solving it. I really don't believe they ever wanted it solved.
Unified Command at least didn't. Other people very much wanted it solved.
Oh yes, absolutely.
But that
But
core
like,
group, but of course that core group was, they were captured by Miss Kathy Shank. And so the one person who they would have probably been looking at had she stayed in Florida, they stopped looking at. Because she seems to be the only person in that core group of people who was staunchly defending him, to the point where, like, even after he passed and Trail was arrested, she went back in way after the fact to clear him. So
right, but
weird.
Mullen was too.
Was he
He there
Mr.
is
Good Christian man?
there is relation to Mullen and Ronald Logan.
I definitely did not know that.
And I forget off the top of my head, of course, right now. Gritty will know if she's still in chat. What his relationship was to Mullen.
I was trying to replay Snae's Live with Chris Todd, and I remember him saying something about how Ron Logan knew someone high up in law enforcement. I'll never stop laughing if he was actually talking about Mullen high up in law enforcement.
Right.
Just, at the time, he was just the chief of police, and not a
Right.
good one at that.
Right.
Oh my gosh, just
Actually, let me
it's
see.
funny
I
if that's
haven't.
like the big important person he had connections to. So
I,
funny.
oh wait. Silence said I was told incorrectly. What's that mean?
You were totally
Oh
incorrect.
no, maybe
Oh, you
that
were
was somebody.
told.
Maybe she's talking to somebody else.
Um,
I don't know. I'm not paying attention to chat. I'm
I am a little bit, but
find something in the Discord, but
let's see. Hang on. Am I even on the? Yeah, I am. So for the most part, like, these are all the things that I do have the autopsy notes just for the girls' wounds. I understand why they're wanting to seal. I mean, I don't understand, but I do, just because everybody's so weird about every aspect of this. Like, I feel like the way they've handled it has made it, like, they've created more interest in the wrong parts of this than had they just released it. Because a lot of times there's, I don't know the old saying, I'm going to butcher it now, but, like, release stuff. Americans don't read anyways. Like, there's just a small group of people who would anyway. So, like,
yeah,
like,
but the people that would in this case is
that's true.
ridiculous. We are insane.
Yeah.
There's not a thing that's gonna get past us.
Yeah. I included Kathy Shank on my, like, any reports that were written by Doolin, Vito, Holman, Liggett, Mullen, and I included Shank because I'm like, they might have had her written narrative reports. Who knows? But there's the Orion
Well,
system
he
logs,
was entering them in.
something. And I have been very annoying about the arrest timeline. And it's because I'm trying to hold ISP to their formal complaint that they are, I mean, they released a press release to the whole world. And so if that's until I'm trying to hold them to it. It's not because believe them or trust them. It's because, well, if it's not that, then what is it, kind of thing. But in the safekeeping hearing transcript, Rosie's questioning Tobe, and he's trying to, he's trying to work his way up to getting Tobe to admit that Diener wrote the safekeeping order or the safekeeping request. And the thing is, before he got to it, he mentions that he's like, well, presumably there was the first request that we don't have today. And of course, because I'm ridiculous and nitpicky, I'm like, where's the first one? Because the one that we have seen, it doesn't notice the prosecutor. It doesn't notice the judge. It doesn't notice anybody. It looks like it was just, and that's because
It's
if
like
the
a
judge,
single page, right?
yes, but the judge wasn't supposed to write it. So if he notices people on it, it's going to show everyone but him. Kind of like if I send you an email, I can't just because I send you, like if I wrote a safekeeping request and sent it to you, I couldn't be like, oh, but this is from the prosecutor, because it would be from my email. Like the way their system is set up, I assume that has to be at least, well, I guess it's just because the way my brain works. I don't know.
He could have done a
Like
copy and paste. He's not smart.
well, whoever submitted it. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, maybe he printed it and then had the clerk file it. But then, like, I can't imagine why it would be filed, but nobody would be noticed, except, like, I need to know where that first one is, or because the way Tobe was describing it was like, well, I just used one that I got from the computer, like, I guess from their templates. Dana was like, well, I can't, like, he probably was like, knew that he couldn't sign it on whatever, like, based on whatever Tobe was requesting initially. So he probably just, he's like, send me the Word doc and I'll edit it or whatever. And he sent it back to Tobe and had Tobe sign it. But, like, I don't know if that was like while they're in the office. He's like, when did he present the first one though? Was it that day? Was it at the actual initial hearing? Because then we've got the reporter on the 28th in downtown Delphi talking about a safekeeping order. So somebody raised the issue as early as the 28th.
Yep.
And the other thing that I'm just stuck on loop on is, like, if you look at number 40 here, I want communications related to the arrest, housing, and or logistics between Diener and White County, because there are very, very obscure, not common reasons.
All the shit in the shredder.
Yeah. Well, like if you do a courtesy hold and it's just logistics, you don't need an order for it. But the problem with that is they can hold someone for up to 92 hours on a courtesy hold, but they can also do what's called a 7-day hold, which I didn't know was a thing until, that Mark Lopez, the public defender from Indiana. I think everybody has seen his stuff a time or two. He's got a few people on their YouTube channel that do like kind of like BuzzFeed type videos where like, here's what this is, and it's like real like bullet point to the point short videos. But they did one on the 7-day holds and the reasons why you would have one of those. But there are, like, that one I can find in the statutes and the administrative law, but the courtesy hold, I can find information from lawyers about how long those are able to last, but there's nothing really in the statutes about it. And so I want to know if, because Carroll County was from the get-go, they were relying on ISP. Like even Holman had to drive him from Lafayette to the Carroll County Jail. And then in the formal complaint, ISP is saying that they didn't even create a record of the arrest until the 28th, but they didn't release it until the 31st when they did a press conference. And in the complaint, there's a lot of things that are spelled out about the order of events and what happened. And I mean, they just flat out said that ISP violated the law by not creating a record, but there was no consequences for it. But you don't, like,
Right, because how long are you allowed to be under arrest before you're presented with your charges?
I'm pretty sure it's no longer than 48 hours, but the thing is, he did have the initial hearing in time. They just didn't create the arrest record. But we do have Nick McClelland's filings that are dated and filed on the 27th. There was a record of charges and a case as of the 27th, but Diener sealed it pending a public hearing. The 28th initial hearing was not a public hearing because it was just an initial hearing. And the thing is, somebody raised the issue on the 28th. I just don't know who and in what capacity, if it was at the hearing, because they didn't even put that on the docket until after he was transferred to White County Jail. And the only reason we know that is because there's all these reporters who were told something big is happening. So all these people are running around Delphi with the video cameras and interviewing each other. Like, we went to the clerk's office, we went to the sheriff's office. Like, they're going everywhere. And the way Nick tells it, it sounds like, well, this person called and nobody seemed to know he was there. That they did know, but everybody was pretending like they were not. That person's not even like, it wasn't just Richard Allen. They were doing that too. When he went to the clerk's office, they were pretending nobody was there. Nope, not here. Haven't seen them. They had a whole hearing, but it was just all. It wasn't aliased. It was off the books. They just didn't even, because they knew once they put it on the books, they had to confirm it. And in this formal complaint, you eventually learn that the reason for that was because they wanted to hold a press conference. They didn't want people knowing about it yet. They wanted to present it on the 31st and have this big deal about it,
So Doug
because
don't be a weirdo.
they were trying to control it, because they also knew that they were preparing to ask for the PCA to remain sealed. Normally, as soon as someone's arrested, it's public, but they did it backwards. They wrote it and then asked for it to be sealed. Normally, people will file for it. They had one judge from a nearby county who was talking about how they did it backwards, and it's very uncommon. And when you look back, the reason they were saying they wanted it sealed was not really like, oh, we think other people are involved and that's it. Like, they were also pretending to care about whether or not it would prejudice the client or whether it would risk his family, even, of course, now that we know, after they had literally re-techniqued his family, and they were not interested. Like, once the PCA was unsealed, if you look at the WTHR segment that they did, when they're reading through it, it's kind of like with the jury, like, it only leaves you with one conclusion. Like, if all of those things were true, yeah, you probably got him. But we now know how much of it was not true, like, at all. And it was crafted and curated to tell a very specific story that only has one conclusion. And what they didn't consider is the fact that if even one of those things, if you take it out, it does start falling apart. Except in their minds, they have not been able to seem to reconcile that in their own minds, because you've got all these detectives running around talking a murder sheet, and they're like, well, even if you take all that stuff out, there's still like, the totality of everything else. Like, you could, because that's why they were like, well, okay, fine, get rid of the geolocation data. We still have a totality of all this other stuff. Like, Liggett is the one who's really stuck on the phrase, he still answers all the right questions. Well, that's not true, because the answers that they're referring to were put in his mouth and he never actually said them. They just put it in the warrant that he did, even though he didn't. He did not put himself on the bridge in the BG costume at that time. He placed himself there earlier in the day. He said he saw 3 girls, not 4. We now know that there was a bunch of different groups out there, and there's, according to that discovery notice that Nick put in as an exhibit, there's a whole bunch of people that with names that we've never heard. And there's all kinds of stuff. So, like, yeah, I don't even know if law enforcement ever followed up with that group of 3 girls. I did find the 3 of them. I hope someone follows up with them. But it's very frustrating, because I'm trying to be nitpicky on it, because I do think until these motherfuckers are pinned down with their own words, and they have to actually back up something they say with something of substance instead of just trust me, bro, or because I said so. That's what I'm trying to do with this arrest stuff, because it drives me crazy that they were able to do this and we're years into it and there's been no consequences for them doing this the way they did it, when that's not how you're supposed to do it, and there's a reason you're not supposed to do it that way. There are well-established, long-standing, even jurisprudence reasons why we do things the way we do, and for them to just act like anybody who's taking issue with any of it is just because we're child murder defenders or whatever. I can't
Right.
take those people seriously. The ones who are like, they think if they use enough trigger words to describe Richard Allen, that all of a sudden it'll make what we're doing wrong. Like, I don't work that way. Like, how about it, buddy? Meltdown, hissy fit, whatever makes you feel better. But I'm still like, that's obviously not what any of us are doing. We're not like, oh, he's probably guilty and we're just trying to get him off the hook.
We just love guilty people.
Yeah, like, no, we just
So
want
weird.
answers. And what they've given us so far, like, I have this whole list. I'm at like 41 here. I want the transport orders because I want to know if the first transport order on the docket was on November 3rd or if it was sooner. I do want the jail calls just because I want to know, because for a long time, starting from the 3-day hearings on, Harshman ran around telling everybody that he told Kathy on the phone in November that if this gets too much for you, you just let me know and I'll tell them whatever they want to hear or whatever they want to know. Like, the implication of that was like, if this is too much for you, I'll tell them. I'll give it up, as if he knew it. But people who were at trial and actually heard the audio call, that's not what he said. They said that he was like, I'll tell them whatever they want to hear. Like, if this is too much for you, I'll do whatever it takes to take the pressure off of you. And now that we know how the interrogation went on the 26th and all the insane shit Holman did to the women in his family, he was just doing, in my mind, what, like, if I think about the men in my life, grandfather, brothers, dad, like, husband, anybody, like, if their wife, if they see any of us, their wife, or like my aunts, whoever, like, if someone did that to them, they would be like, you tell me what you need and I'll take care of it. Like, that is the context I understood it as, because I come from a loving family. Like, he loved, like, people recognize what they're familiar with, and that is how I took it. And it turns out that's what he actually said. But if you're talking to Harshman, he just turned it into something it wasn't. And then that started this cascade effect of confirmation bias, one thing after another, and everything after that was just viewed to a point where, like, the balance was so asymmetrical that for him to be able to come back from any of it, people are then under the impression that he has all these things to explain himself for. Things that he doesn't have an explanation for, because he doesn't even know where people got that from. He's like,
Right.
to expect anybody to, I don't know how to explain things that I didn't do either. Like, if something happened somewhere, like, the police are the only ones who can explain it when they're the ones holding all the cards and all the information. So when even people in this space try to ask, like, well, what do you think? How do you place the onus there? I'm like, okay, well, give me some of these records and I might be able to tell you if they're there or not. Like, I couldn't possibly do that. And that's not what I'm trying to even say. What I'm trying to do is ask for answers. Like, does somebody who does have that report, does it, like, Horan at the 3-day trial or the 3-day hearings, he said that they believe they identified one of those people at the cemetery, their device. I'm going to need more from that before I'm just like, that's probably nothing.
Right.
And for them to expect me to just ignore that, I'm not gonna. I don't care how many trigger words they use to describe this defendant. Like, I'm still going to want to know what Horan's talking about. And that's just how it is. I don't know why they get so worked up about it, because I'm just like, I don't see the problem with me wanting answers. They apparently are fine not knowing, but I'm not. I'm okay with them not, like, if they don't want to know more, cool, then go away. but I
Right.
do wanna know. So, like, quit interfering with me, just trying to get answers, like, what is the harm in I just get so frustrated because I think it's very important, and it's not just because the state has all the power and the resources that we place the burden on them. It's, like, on a moral, common sense level, you don't want criminal defendants being the arbiters of truth. There's no reality where we should be placing the burden of like, having the final say in what did or didn't happen to victims according to them. Like, we need like, ideally, the state and law enforcement should be an independent third party who are accountable to the public so that if they're not doing their job, we should be able to know that and then replace them or whatever. Of course, it doesn't work that way in Carroll County, but, like, ideally, that is something that when they are transparent, like, it actually builds trust and confidence in them. But they're
Right.
taking away all of these things that are part of the ingredients for public trust and respect, and then crying about people not trusting and respecting them.
I think they've pretty much given up on the fact that they want that at all. Like, that doesn't seem like an end goal for them. Now they're just, it's like self preservation at this point for the entirety of the case. Because if you start looking back around what happened even before the girls died, you start to see that there are connections to these other very strange arsons and
Yeah.
children deaths in that area. And it starts to look like they've just been kind of covering for a web for a very long time.
Well, the other thing that's not as nefarious but still as bad is if that's not what they're doing, then what? Do they literally like, do they think the way you solve crimes is you wait for the person who did it to show up and explain it to you? Because for the state's theory to be true and for this conviction to mean anything, it would mean that the core group of people that were entrusted to find out what happened to these girls never found it out, didn't have a clue, didn't really put much effort into anything beyond vibe checking people, and they didn't know. Like, they think, okay, we found a guy who was there, but they had no evidence connecting him and didn't have a clue what happened until a year later he explains it to a prison psychologist. Like, it's beyond parody, and it it seems like a slap in the face
It
to
really is.
to the victims, to their colleagues, to, like, I don't understand how that is a pro law enforcement position because that would mean they are absolute idiots and that there wasn't not even one among them noticed any I will never be able to get past this whole Doolin thing. Like, they were actively manhunting a man who was on the trail. At that time, it was being reported that the girls were dropped off around 1:30, and when a family member showed up around 3:15, they didn't show. So the time frame was between 1 and 1:30 to sometime around 3:15, somewhere in there. Like, those were the specific times. Like, I never saw anything earlier than 1:00 in reference to when the girls were dropped off, but it was always either 1 or 1:30. But every time that was given for when it would have had that when they would have had to have been taken or gone by would have been around 3:30 when a family member showed up to pick them up and they were not there. And so in those early days, that's the information all law enforcement would have been working with. And every morning, they had morning briefings every morning. And after trial, we're told that they had those, or after the murder sheet interviews, we're told that they actually, in some cases, had briefings several times a day. And it was just nonstop, nonstop, nonstop. Well, if you interview someone who says that they were there at that exact time that you're trying, like, they weren't just actively looking for someone there that time. They had the whole country, people sending in checks across the country to increase this reward fund specifically to incentivize somebody to come forward with any information about anybody who knew someone who could have been there at that time. So the notion that all like that is the environment that we're supposed to believe Doolin spoke to this man who placed himself there from 1:30 to 3:30, and he never once in any of those briefings was like, "Hey, what happened to that dude?" He didn't ask what happened to that dude. He didn't tell anybody about it. I need to see that original report. I want to see the first report that was generated with number 74. I want to know every person who accessed that tip narrative or submitted anything or checked it later, reviewed it, like all of it. I want to know what it said originally.
I struggle with if the file itself actually exists, because it's been described in so many different ways.
Yeah.
What the ink was, what ink was written cleared. Some say it was green. Some
Well,
say
I think part of that is
some say it
because
was red.
Liggett and Holman and Kathy Schenk, they don't seem to understand that people can find these things out. They're so accustomed to whatever I say, that's what it is. If I say that's what happened, that's what happened. They don't understand that there are, even if it's not members of the public, it could be IDAX, it could be the FBI, they can do an audit of that report and find out if that's the case or not.
Right.
But the fact that we have conflicting testimony from all these people who were entrusted as lead investigators, the thing about that too is it doesn't just affect the case. Like, there are actual laws and statutes for handling any information that can go through Sentinel or IDAX, the Indiana, like the communication system that IDNR uses, ISP uses. You can be sanctioned if you are not properly filing reports and clearing that, like all of this, like there's a long list of ways to handle all of these things, and they should, if what they're saying is true, they're admitting to offenses that they can be sanctioned for. So in my mind, I'm always like, when police are begging you to believe that they were stupid, you know that they were dirty. Like, the only time they want you to think they're dumb is if the alternative is worse. Because it's not like they're saying we were dumb and taking responsibility for it. They're saying, well, we didn't know they were mistakes when we made them, I think is what Carter said.
Right.
But
Well,
like,
and then they said that the reason they know BG was the killer was because no one came out and said they were BG.
yeah, well, the problem is we now know that's not true either. But
And
it
it's
just
like,
looks like nobody told the information officers, apparently, because Dave McCain came forward, Daniel Pearson came forward. There were a lot of people who came forward and said, I was there at that time. There were people who said that they were there earlier in the day, close to the time, and then literally during the exact time that the state says the girls were being murdered. None of those people were mentioned in the PCA. None of the cars that any of those people drove to the trails in were mentioned in the PCA, or where they parked, anything. That is insane to
and
me.
it just so happenstance that right when the girls are murdered, that's when everyone leaves.
Well, apparently they were. Now we know they were all. At least 4 of them were literally on the bridge
Right.
in that hour. And
Right.
where they were found, and because now we know that Cheyenne would have had to have been on the bridge by 2:30, and Dave McCain was on the bridge even earlier, then like you can't make people cross that creek quietly.
No.
Because like you can't whisper when you're like it's not like if you're trying to be quiet with your voice, you can whisper. But if you're trying to cross water, you can't make the water behave. Like, it's going to splash and that will make noise. And it was just around the bend. It was like,
And the
even
water was at least 40 degrees.
yeah. And it's people were saying that when they were out there later in the day, like even the searchers were describing how you could hear like you couldn't always, like when they were like, we found the bodies or whatever, like people heard each other very clearly even from a distance, but they couldn't see. And That's my other issue with this. On that note, with the audio is there's no, like, why would they enhance it to where it sounds so close if it's not? But then that is the one aspect that everybody agrees on sounded like it was coming from right behind her. Nobody said like in front of her or whatever. They all said behind her. Whether it was Becky Patty or like everybody, like it's just
Right.
like these. That's why video is on my list. But these are things that, if it's true in one case, why are they saying it's untrue in another? Like with the same circumstances, kind of like they're doing with Cheyenne and Riley. Riley described saying hi to a man who didn't say hi back. He was grumpy. Cheyenne said the same exact thing, but law enforcement told one of them that it was Bridge Guy and the other one that it was Dave McCain, and said those were two different people. But they're saying he's also Richard Allen is Bridge Guy because nobody else came forward. Well, actually they did, but they're just telling different people. Like the one person that saw Dave McCain, they're like, you saw him, but for some reason, even though you're describing the same person that we said was Dave McCain, we're saying it was actually somebody else entirely, with no explanation for it, though. They don't ever explain that. Oh, yeah, I also want the interview with Fortin. Like, the notes part of this document is stuff that, like, the first part of this whole list that I'm going through, there are things at the very beginning that need to be corrected when it comes to when these people were there. And we need their pictures, we need their timestamps, we need their metadata to have data points as anchor points. That is the first thing we've got to correct, because right now we don't even have a working, accurate timeline of the witnesses still.
I just want to say, All Eyes, I love you, girl. I love your tenacity. But they paid $60,000 to carry the Flora 4 911 call
I remember.
for 60 years. So don't get your hopes up. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you.
Too. I want all this shit too, but I can see them.
I will go down swinging.
We're on this hill.
I know what you mean, but I'm still going to go down swinging.
We will die on this hill.
Yeah, I will. Because this is not, it's
our hill.
The thing is, like, there's other potential victims that are never going to get answers.
Right.
Because if you don't link the right guides to the right crime, that has real life consequences that poorly affects other families. I don't know how we're gonna have to, I don't know. That's why I do. Oh, the last thing I was gonna scroll down to, that I'm gonna have to just ask all the attorneys in this space if any of the state's discovery listed above, because those are all the things we need to actually, because we still don't have this, like, you can't have a trial when we still don't have a timeline. They never even established an accurate one. So if the state's discovery listed above was misrepresented during the course of all the proceedings, whether it was the hearings or trial, but it wasn't raised in the motion to correct error, what are the options? I do know Kara made a post about how after every final judgment, they can file a motion to correct error. I don't know if that means like as they discover it, because she was trying to explain that it doesn't have to be new discovery for them to file that. That is a different thing. When it comes to things that need to be corrected, like, I want one of the attorneys to help me understand if they can't file another motion to correct error for the things that should absolutely be corrected, then what are the options to proceed? Because you can't just keep going on with something like this when it's not even accurate. But then the next thing is, how does the protection order on discovery affect the public records request? I did a live, like, probably feels like a year ago, but I don't know how long ago it was. The first time I read that protective order, I just about had a stroke, because it was basically saying you can't even use it for educational purposes, like outside of court proceedings, you can't do any of it. I'm like, what does that even mean? And how is that, like, indefinitely? Like, I need one of the attorneys to help me understand, once it's out of Gull's hands, what does that where does it go from there? Like, does it just, that is kind of like Diener. He sealed shit, recused himself, and then retired, and now we can't even get the Maxwell warrant. Like, I don't know if that's the territory we're in. And then if all of these agencies don't release it, what, like, what's the point of any of the other processes post-conviction? Like, I don't have words for what my question is there. I hope they understand what I mean by that. Like, what do you do then if you can't have the records that are needed to clear this stuff up? What do you do from there? And then the court file, like, if it belongs to the defendant or the public, like, everything in a court file is supposed to be public information. But if they're withholding it from being publicly accessible, from like if it's confidential, the defendant can still get it because he needs it for his defense. But is it his to do with what he wants? Like, can defendants release their own discovery? I don't know if that's even the right phrasing, but I do want one of the attorneys to help me understand if that's even an option, because if the state's not going to cooperate, but the defendant can, like, if it's their case and their file, like, this is their discovery, why can't they do with it what they want? Because in my mind, the confidentiality stuff is supposed to be, just like Nick has said in his filings, to keep the defendant from being prejudiced or whatever. Well, the defendant can obviously prejudice himself. They've pointed that out plenty of times. So I'm just trying to figure out if there's any wiggle room in there that we can use to get some of this information. What else related to the witness? Oh yeah, this is my last question. If anybody knows, like, any of the locals, I've talked to a wide variety of locals who very, like, when people describe what it's like in Carroll County, there's 2 Carroll counties. There's one where they portray a white picket fence around every house and nothing bad ever happens there. And then there's the other Carroll County where locals that I talk to are a lot more forthcoming about the fact that the people are absolutely, for the most part, wonderful. But there's some absolutely horrific stuff that has happened there, and nobody's doing anything about it. And they don't even feel comfortable going to their own representatives and authorities. And it's just I don't know what kind of recourse they have. And that's hard for me because I don't know what that's like. But I don't think I'd handle that real gracefully, to be honest. But if they have information that would help fill any gaps, obviously send it to defense. But if there's something that part of, like, maybe we can help fill. I've been talking to different people where I'm like, okay, that sounds similar to what I've heard over here. And I'm trying to find areas of, like, okay, if these 2 people knew each other, they'd be able to fill that. They might be able to fill that piece in. But it's just, if they can even think of something that they think we should be paying more attention to. There's a lot of us out here. If you send us an email, most of us will be like, thank you. It'll take us forever to get back to you, but we will eventually. But for the attorneys, when it comes to that stuff, like, what are the options of things that still need to be corrected? Like, how do you proceed? And if they can't be addressed through a legal proceeding, like, what other post-conviction options are there when the records are being sealed or disappeared or whatever? Like, if the state's not cooperating, what do you do? I don't understand what that is. I probably could have just read straight through this, but at the same time, I didn't want to, because I feel like some of it does require really going into detail about, like, the stuff with Dave McCain. Like, I don't know that it sinks in with people what I'm trying to say when I bring it up. I obviously don't think Dave McCain was the killer. I think Dave McCain is very credible evidence that Bridge Guy and the person on audio were 2 very different people. That is what I think. I think they were not the same person. And I do think if they were the same person, all of the weird shit law enforcement did trying to get into the killer's head would have worked. But it didn't, because the person on audio was like, well, that's not me. And they knew that. So, of course, it didn't scare them. They're like, oh, that's not me. Just that's how my brain works. But let me see.
You know Mr. McCain is a Nazi, right?
Are you? Oh, why are there so many in that area? What?
There's pictures of him in Nazi outfits.
Like, is it like a Prince
Weirdos with the
Harry
man.
Halloween situation where he's like,
I
"Oh, it's just a
mean,
costume," or
we
is it
don't.
like
Nah,
real
nah,
memorabilia?
nah. We don't dress up as Nazis for Halloween.
Well, no, but I mean, like Prince Harry did it because he thought it was like edgelord dumb shit. But like other people do it because they're actual, like, not that either one's okay. For the record, I'm not saying. I'm
I'll send
trying
it
to
to
like
your email.
understand.
I'll send it to your DMs.
Okay.
I'll let you decide.
I'm just trying to figure out if it's a level of kind of like with Shank's daughter. Like, I'm not trying to take away from the fact that she's very serious. It's just so I'm like there's just a level of how in this year of our Lord are some things still a thing. Like my brain rejects some things, and it's not because I don't want to hear it. It's just hard for me to understand how some things are a thing. Like how is of course is he really? Oh my god, that's a whole other level. I still don't think that's a problem, but I still think Bridge Guy and the guy on audio were different.
Well, he's got that sex website. Dude's got some problems. Dude has got serious
I've heard
problems.
some of that stuff, but I thought that was more the mirrors person. I thought that was the mirrors guy who was.
No, it's a website. It's all his name on it. And he's talking about edging. He's an edgelord.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Hang
But
on.
not in the way that you would dress up as a Nazi. Like, that's a separate thing he likes to do.
So he's like fully cursed, like
He's
just
fully
one cursed thing after another.
Yes.
I don't even know why I'm surprised. Oh my gosh. Hang on. Catastrophe and disorders. Yeah, that is my other thing. I'm seeing all the comments about the bench. The only reason I don't get into the Flora stuff is not for any other reason than like, you know how I was talking a minute ago about like if you don't get the right guy or whatever, it has effects for other potential victims. There will be families out there who will never get answers. This is kind of why, like, the people who are being entrusted with solving the Flora fire are the same. Like, what they did a great job with one, but not the other. Like, if the people who are in charge of the Flora fire get away with this really shitty investigation that they didn't have to back anything up or prove it, then they can say whatever they want about what happened. Like, they could, the next person who does come forward with information, they can just technique him into a confession, and they'll never actually know what happened. They'll just find someone to arrest, because apparently they just wait for someone to show up and start saying something that they can make fit, and that's in their minds are like, oh, case closed, fine, and they just move on. Like, they don't even really think much about it. So until the people who are in charge of that investigation are held to account, I don't even know how any progress can be made with the floor. Like, in my mind, like, because they've been given so much unearned legitimacy and praise for their work in Delphi, it's just going to be transferred over to Flora, and so anything that needs to be addressed or any balls that get dropped are going to get explained away because, well, oh no, like, the only reason they don't know what happened is not law enforcement's fault. They're doing everything they can. They did such a thorough job with Delphi. Like, it couldn't possibly be because of the investigators. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that is the other thing that I have an issue with the disparity and the fact that those girls got a bench and these other girls got a freaking park and a $200,000 reward. because ISP has like a death grip on this investigation for Flora, until you get all of those horrible people, like the worst losers all these girls could have ever gotten stuck with, all 6 of them. Like until you get those losers out of the way, I don't think there will ever be real answers. But that's mostly why it's not that I focus on one over the other. It until some of this is dealt with, I don't know how to make any progress on the other one, because it would at this point, because they did such a bad job on the actual investigation and they've blurred so many lines, it might only be solved through someone coming forward. The problem is, because of how they handled this one, no one ever will. And so it's just, there's corrections that need to be made and balance that needs to be restored. And if these motherfuckers get away with this case and there's no accountability for the missteps and they're just straight up corruption, the way that case was handled eats at me though. Especially, I don't think it was until the most recent, it was like a 4-part series where Galen Rose did an interview. I think that was the one where we learned about Nick McClellan sending her a letter that was like, okay, if you tell us what you know, we won't go after you for this blunt or whatever. Like, it's just, I can't explain how blood boiling that was to me, how disgusting they treat these women in these counties. That's the other thing. One of the things that's difficult for some people to understand, they're always like, why would a white supremacist hurt white girls? Okay, well, ask all of their wives and children. Like in very extremist homes, whether it's like Nazi white pride weirdos or the Norse boys or like all these people, like they do not respect women. They are objects and they're supposed to be subjugated, like submissive. It's not out of respect. Like they don't, there's 2 things can be true at the same time with this. Like they do not like women and they also do not like race mixing. That is just like, there's too many examples to point to for us to even pretend like we don't know those things to be very true and long-standing issues. It happens against minorities and women. Like they're also misogynistic. They're not just racist, they're also misogynistic. And I feel like this is just because there's 2 different groups of girls that were targeted, the reasoning may have been different, but it still can be the same
I don't think it was
culprit.
different.
You think what?
I don't think it was different. I think ultimately the ultimate goal was to make Carroll County a better place. I don't know how murder happens that way, but they wanted to gentrify Flora.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Shane was on a quest
That's
to
true.
gentrify Flora, and
He was trying to do a Mayor Pete, but he's a mayor piece of shit instead.
yeah, and he was fighting with people about these new zoning things he wanted to do, and he was getting a lot of pushback, and then all of a sudden Flora happens,
Yep.
and then the bridge.
Yep.
Before, I mean, Mr. McCain has been humping that bridge for decades, and they keep getting denied for funding, and then all of a sudden the murder happens, and now all of a sudden they got all this funding for it. I mean, if you follow the money, it's
Yeah.
usually the way it goes.
Yeah. And that's kind of one of those things where like people are acting like we just can't ever know. Well, if you're doing it just based on vibe checking and like someone standing in the community, like it could be up for debate. But if you follow the data, follow the money, follow like all of these things that can paint a picture for us to then look at, and then like the problem in both of these cases is that people tried to use their, I say people, I mean like the law enforcement that these girls got stuck with, they thought that they knew better and that they have some sort of divinely inspired thought process or whatever. Like I think everything they do is anointed by God Himself and that it's all divine intervention. So they have these warped ideas in the first place, and they don't do any police work because they think that they're just they're just a vessel for God's wisdom. And like just this real self-important ridiculousness that is not how you solve crimes. And the problem is, once something becomes a belief to someone, the facts no longer matter. Only what they believe about the facts will even compute in their minds. But trying to argue with that is like trying to argue with someone over their faith. Faith is not based on fact. People have faith in something despite the facts. And so that's kind of part of that is it's not just part of the problem, it's just one of the obstacles that also have to be overcome in order. That's why I'm like, just give us these documents so that people who are not conflicted or jaded or biased and just want answers, like, let us go find them. If y'all are not going to do it, then go enjoy your peace of mind from this man's involuntarily medicated rantings where he didn't know what planet he was on. He thought he was starting nuclear war. Like, he was not.
I want him investigated for that.
Yeah, I mean, this man was not lucid. And that's the other thing. I'm like, okay, if you take his confession so seriously, then where are the charges for Roger and Kevin and what was the other one?
Super.
And Chris, Roger, and Kevin, and also his grandchildren, who at the time didn't exist. I don't know if his daughter had
The
a child.
Siggy.
Yeah, also the Siggy. Justice for the Siggy. Oh my god. That one kills me every time. Oh my gosh, so fun. But yeah, like, and also, like, if Nick McClellan is actively investigating anybody who was near World War III when Richard Allen started it, please contact. Please call the tip line, because Nick McClellan he would very much like to speak to anybody who was there when he started nuclear war, because the investigation is open and ongoing. Apparently,
It is.
it's like so.
Nobody is cleared.
I emailed the prosecutor to ask if Richard Allen pulled off some sort of prison break and went on a crime spree that we don't know about, because he's been under 24-hour surveillance for years now. Years.
Right.
We know he didn't commit any crimes beforehand. We know they searched his home, his house, his devices, they sifted through his entire life. So the only thing that they could continue investigating him for is something that happened after they arrested him. But since he's been in prison, I asked him if there was a crime spree and a prison break we didn't know about. Because what else? I just flat out asked him, I was like, what are you even pretending to investigate him for?
Right.
And are you aware that you can't just make shit up in order to withhold documents? Like, that's not a valid, you're not allowed to do that. And I don't think he understands how ridiculous the exemptions they're claiming are. But the fact that the public access counselor has no power to enforce it, like in Texas, if you appeal something, the person you appeal to it, if they're like, no, you need to release it, the agency has to release it. Like, they're
Can we do like a FOIA that's like, okay, give me what you can. Just anything open in Carroll County, give me what you can. And we can kind of weigh the documents that way.
well,
I have a feeling we're not going to get much of anything.
it's very. I feel like we have to track down the people who actually were doing. Like, if Murphy wasn't retired, I would say we should FOIA his police post, him specifically, because he would probably follow the law and release these things, because he would comply with it, and he wouldn't use it to be shady. He would honor it. And we got to find the people who were involved in this investigation who do want to comply. Like, it might just be like in Carroll County, they don't think it matters because it's just about records. Like, who cares if we violate the law? Kind of like they didn't care about violating the public access laws with the arrest log because they're like, well, there's no punishment for it, and so they don't care if they violate it. But there are people who care just based on honor. Like, we got to find those ones.
The honor-bound ones.
Yeah.
Is there a way, who does this? There has to be an agency that does an audit. Can't we just audit them?
Well, IDAX has an audit commission but it's not something that they release publicly. It's just something that if they find there was a violation, they will sanction the agency who violated. Like, there's, I wonder if I have it somewhat handy.
I want all the audits. I want arson audits. I want murder audits, children's deaths audits, rapes audits, theft, you name it. I want it audited. Audit the auditor.
Here we go. Let me share this. After this, I probably will have to start wrapping up. Let me see. So, the NCIC Advisory Policy Board mandated that each state implement certain initiatives to enhance record quality in IDAX and NCIC. And IDAX is the Indiana Data and Communication System. That's what ISP uses, IDNR, and most local, like most sheriff's offices, I'm not sure that all of them do, but most of them. In 1986, each CTA shall establish a system to biennially audit every terminal agency to ensure compliance with state and NCIC policy and regulations. They're supposed to review and document compliance with applicable laws, regulations, policies, and procedures, to be alert for situations or transactions that could be indicative of fraud, abuse, illegality, or cause unnecessary risk to civil liabilities. And what they're talking about with transactions, like when you run a license plate, like, hey, can you run this license plate for me? Or hey, can you run this driver's license? If you're a state trooper and you pull somebody over and you want to call in their license plate or their license, like their driver's license or their insurance or something that is in the NCIC database, which is a national database, they call that a transaction. You're transacting, like you're making a request, and there are agencies who actually, kind of like with debit cards, like you have the banks and then you have the merchants. Like Visa is not the bank, they're the merchant. So like there's a lot of these are kind of, it's easy to get lost in the different agency names, but if you look at it generally as the police, they use, like they have they use a vendor or a merchant like Visa, but it would be, I think it's inlets, NLETS, like that's the person who does the safe communication. They protect the data to transmit it back and forth. And then there's the person who holds the records. And when they're contacted by someone requesting that information, it's just they transact like that, but it's just information. And it's very important that the information is accurate because it could have effects for other victims and people. Like, there's a reason why it is important for us to know about these documents and why there's a whole audit commission, because this stuff does actually matter. You can't just be like, oh, we lost the tip, or oh, we misfiled it, or whatever. There's a reason, there's sanctions for it, because it has real life consequences. Okay, so they have all of these auditing procedures. I'm trying to generalize it because I've read it a long time, but the general scope of the audit is the terminal agency coordinator responsibilities, the quality, the accuracy, and timeliness of wanted file entries, the validations procedures, like how you validate the information that you put in a national database that other law enforcement agencies are then relying on. So for them to be making up all this shit about the Doolin tip narrative, like that is, like if this man had other victims and it's in this national database, that if it's not accurate, all of these other people who are looking for this person are not going to have accurate information to rely on, and that jeopardizes their investigations. That is why these things matter, whether or not they have hit confirmations, record availability. Like, I'm trying to summarize it as best as I can because there's a lot. Management control requirements in computer and dispatch centers, missing person file, So the way they audit it is when, hang on, actually, let me get to this. See how this is the sanctions. The committee shall review violations of any of these procedures and make recommendations to the state police superintendent, which no wonder when they were dealing with Carter, of course, it didn't get dealt with, to impose sanctions on user agencies. There's no shot. We just heard the superintendent say he would crawl over hot shards for Holman before he would sanction him. So now that at least he's gone, maybe we can actually get somewhere with the IDAX commission. But let me see. I think it's a couple of sections down. So the violations can be either administrative or security. Security violations are defined as one which has or could result in access of system data by unauthorized individuals. All other violations are classed as administrative. In determining the severity of the violation type, and previous sanctions issued, the committee may impose a verbal warning, a written warning, written notice of violation, a written notice of probation, a written notice of temporary suspension. Like, this is basically a list of how to coddle the most powerful people in society, how to coddle them for a very long time.
That is a very old list.
Yes, and so temporary or permanent suspension of service will not begin unless an emergency exists until 15 days after the agency head has received written notice. Like, nobody else in society gets this many chances. If they screw up at their job, they don't get all of these chances before anything actually happens to them. So this is, I'm
Well,
trying
can
to,
it like jump around? Like, if it's a serious violation, like losing the tip, can't you just jump to 7? Like,
well, I'm trying to just cover those, because if you go down, like,
or F, whatever.
okay, so when you're talking about compliance, though, you have to ensure that the agency personnel, like someone like Doolin, including any non-terminal agencies serviced, which would be someone like Kathy Shank in Unified Command, if they are utilizing the system information, they have to be aware that the rules and policies of IDAX, NCIC, inlets, NLETS, that's what I was talking about a minute ago. They're the ones who do the secure transmission of this information between law enforcement agencies and the people who have the information in a database. So to disseminate the contents of newsletters to all terminal operators, which is a terminal operator is just like Carroll County or Delphi PD or the Lafayette Police Post. Like, the terminal operators, like when they say ORI agency, that's the terminal. It's just the law enforcement, whether it's a field office or police post. They have to maintain copies for 3 years just of the newsletters. And they have to ensure that validation reports are properly processed. They're supposed to ensure that the terminal operators, the agency, they receive proper IDAX training in accordance with IDAX certification training program. I don't know if Miss Kathy Shank ever had that, but I doubt it. But I'm
Yeah,
also
got
not
it.
sure that Carroll County even had it. They're supposed to maintain NCIC and IDAX operating manual and code manual. They're supposed to advise IDAX of any changes in the agency head, the coordinator, the agency address, or the terminal site. They're supposed to report all rule violations and other improper uses of IDAX. And accuracy is essential, as is promptness in entering, modifying, locating, or clearing records in the system. Each record on file is identified with the agency originating that record, and that agency alone is responsible for the accuracy, completeness, and correct status of that record at all times. IDAX cannot assume responsibility for the accuracy of any record entered by any agency. So earlier, when it was talking about violations and the seriousness of it, that was actually pertaining to IDAX. They're like, okay, this is our system. We are ultimately the people at the top, but you are the ones in charge of making sure it's not. And if there's a violation, you will be the ones to have the consequence. It's kind of a weird way to word it, but the compliance will be determined through data quality review. And the way that every time I see double checked or triple checked, I think of Holman talking about how Barry was double checked and triple checked with those Frank suspects. The accuracy in those records have to be double checked by a second party. So this might be the only way we can get to any of these records is by requesting an audit. And the reason I haven't pushed this issue yet is because the superintendent before would have just made it go away. I don't know how the new superintendent will do, but like with Carter, there was no shot he just would have been like, no, it's fine, because he's kind of in charge of all of this. The verification should include ensuring that the available cross-checks, whether it's a VIN or a license number, were made, and that data in the record matches the data in the investigative report. So kind of like with Dillon's report, it's not matching up with what they're, like his narrative report. If that's not matching what was reported by Mr. Allen in the lead sheet, like we have a problem. And there's a reason for that. The agency agrees to abide by accepted quality assurance methods, and that includes compliance with the validation procedures as specified in the administrative code, which is actually state law, NCIC serious error procedures, and IDAC's quality control procedures. They have to establish local procedures where updates to the wanted files are reviewed for accuracy by comparing the update with supporting documentation. So it's about to get a whole lot more. I'm just going to stop after reading A, because the rest of this is basically just a different version of it, but for juveniles or for somebody who's wanted or maybe just missing. But the validation obligates the ORI agency to confirm the record is complete, accurate, and still outstanding or active. So this whole thing, like, it's not just Orion that does that, it's IDAX that does that. If you've got this outstanding record, it's not going to go away. Like, it would still be alerting them through their own record system. Validation is accomplished by reviewing the original entry and current supporting documents, and by a recent consultation with any appropriate complainant, victim, prosecutor, court, motor vehicle registry files, or other appropriate source or individual. So you can't validate it unless you follow up on it or have supporting documentation. And in order to actually clear it in the system requires you to either upload that documentation or attach a narrative report that someone else can come in and verify and validate or dismiss. That is how the whole system and all software that they could be using, no matter what vendor they use, it has to abide by this. Like the software itself has to abide by this. So all this stuff they're saying doesn't even add up even on this level. But in the event that the ORI agency is unsuccessful in its attempts to contact the victim, the complainant, the entering authority shall make a determination based on the best information and knowledge available whether or not to retain the original entry on file. Validation procedures must be formalized, and copies of these procedures must be on file for review during the audit. But there's a whole, like, it goes through and it talks about it rephrases this in a bunch of different ways in different instances. But that is generally, I mean, this is at least one avenue for, even if we can't get these records, someone is going to audit these records, whether Nick McClellan likes it or not. I don't care if it's me or the IDAX commission or whoever, but somebody's going to audit this stuff. Oh, hang on just a second. Sorry, husband's checking on me.
That's okay.
I'm in our closet right now because it's the only place where I can, like, not, like, if the girls run by or one of the cats or the animals, like, they'll go right by the closet and not even see me. Like, I have like a little pallet set up in here.
That's great.
I know, it's so funny. It's just funny because he's like knocking on the closet door. He's like, "Are you okay?"
Does it look like I'm okay?
I'm like, I need an office, but if I had an office, I feel like they would go in there and like just bust in and start talking anyway. But they don't. I had to use this once, like where I was like, well, crap, like he's using the office and like the kids were over and we had family over. I'm like, the closet is the only place I can do this right now. And I've used it since because it ended up just being, I was like, oh, this works nice.
Right.
So now I always just come in here.
That's funny.
Yeah, I've got plenty of space, but it's just, I probably would have never thought about it unless I had to, but now I prefer it.
Right. Nobody knows where you are.
Yeah, and they kind of forget, if they're like, "Where's mom?" Like, if you're out of sight, you're out of mind. It buys me a little bit more time.
Right.
Let me see. I'm trying to go through. There's some people are so funny. Some of the stuff I'm like, I can't, but it's like happened like they said it like an hour ago. I'm like, oh,
Right.
that's so far ago. I'm so sorry. But I have to switch between browsers, so sometimes I can't see it. Anyway, I feel like this is in some ways, every time I do this, I'm like, actually, I don't know if this did help refocus or recenter the issues, but I at least for this live, this is the first time I've made like an actual like this. Like I'm like, okay, I at least know, like I have a working list of all of these things need to be accounted for one way or the other.
Right.
And as I guess as time goes on, whether it's because exhibits are released and we finally get to look at them and figure that out, like, cool, great. Well, I'll put a check mark by it or link to whatever it is that finally clarified or corrected it. But this is the list of things that, as far as what happened on the day of the crime happened, that are still unanswered. And I don't know how anybody's supposed to proceed until we get answers to this. And it's crazy to me that the trial's already happened and we still don't know some of these things.
It's so weird.
But it's either stuff related specifically to that day so that we can establish an actual timeline with anchors that are validated. And when I think maybe after reading what I just read, people will understand why I use that word so often. There's a reason for it. But even just on a data level, like just actual having data to anchor something to. Like, okay, the more anchor points we can add, the less we're having to fill in or argue over.
Right.
It is like there are some things that like it's either this or it's that. And we just need the actual exhibit or a report or whatever to do that. And I'm hoping the lawyers in this space can help us understand. Like, I don't think any of us want to interfere with the appeal
No.
or with whatever's going on. So I feel like that goes without being said. Anything within the realm of possibility that obviously does not jeopardize or whatever their strategy, their path, whatever that is. But if there's some room in there where the defendant can do whatever he wants with his own court file, I think that would be helpful. Obviously, that would be determined by his counsel, like what is, I don't know. I don't understand the protective order and what that, I don't know if they're allowed to, but if one of the attorneys could at least help us understand that, then if we could spend less time trying to fight for it, because Richard Allen can just release his own, like if somebody is, like if you're arrested and you go to court, like after your case is closed and decided, you can give your court documents to whoever you want because it's yours. It's your information. If you want to violate your own privacy, you can. And so that's kind of where my mind is at with this stuff is like, these are things we need to know. I don't care who gives it to us as long as we can get access to it so that we can, because if we don't know what happened on 213, how are these people running around asking us, well, what happened then? Why didn't defense do their job? Well, I'm not even sure that I would love to send a 26 terabyte hard drive full of stuff to Anya Kane and check in with her 2 years later and let her give a comprehensive presentation of it and see how well she'd know it. Like the notion that a group of people who also don't have digital forensics people at their disposal, like the prosecutor does with ISP and all this other stuff. I don't know. I think I just worry that there's so much discovery to get through. If there's some of it that is not confidential, obviously, or otherwise non-disclosable or whatever the term is, when it comes to those things, like release it so that we can check shit.
Right.
Let me see. Yeah, they should. And I agree with this. The thing is, they think everything is confidential. Anything, if it was an investigatory record, they think it's confidential. And in Indiana, when it comes to public access records or the public access statutes, the law does not distinguish between closed and open investigations, which is insane to me. And it's because there have been some rulings where the way it was ruled on didn't make the distinction. And so I need someone like Kara to help. Like, she's so good at explaining things in a digestible way where, like, even with um, the fact that you can't just seal a record, you have to actually file. Oops, sorry, I just knocked over my mic. Sorry if that was loud in anybody's ear. You have to actually file a form to request that it be sealed. And there has to be an actual record like, hey, this document exists, it's sealed. You can't access the contents of this document, but you can access this form that tells you this document does exist, and here's the reason why it's not publicly accessible because of this. But Carroll County is just, they just will do it improperly and be like, well, what are you going to do about it?
Right.
It's so infuriating.
There's nothing you could do. It's just
Like, I will haunt you is what I'm going to do about it for the rest of my days with email. Like, I will wear you down, and not even on purpose. I will wear you down because I can't let it go. Like, I need real answers. So, like, buckle up, people. Like, I don't, like, it would be so much easier for everybody if they didn't do it this way, but I mean, that's their choice. That's all I can say about it. They're going to regret it
right.
because it just don't work the way they're probably thinking. Like, I think they do think people will either lose interest or motivation.
Oof.
Mine just, I don't know how or why, but like my interest and motivation increases over time. And you don't want me raising a war chest. I'll just say that.
Well, and it just seems like they think that we'll all just kind of walk away, but it seems like the more they try to marry, the worse it is for them. Like
Yeah,
I don't feel comfortable walking away for that. Like
yep.
give me some logic, give me some reason, show your work, and I would be more than happy to walk away if I felt like I
Same.
had something reasonable, but there's nothing.
That's where I'm at with this. And it is one of those things where, like, I genuinely worry about the people who are there if people do start looking away. Like, even if everybody else loses interest, I probably won't. Like, over time, like, until there's answers, like, it's like if you were, I, I was laughing the other day because Criminality was talking about how she was all dressed up. She was probably like wearing heels or like, all dolled up. And she sees this dog that's on the loose. It's like stopping traffic and like trying to block the highway to make sure this dog doesn't get hit. And I just was laughing because I have ruined so many nights for my husband because we passed a dog, or there was like, there's one dog that I always think of. He was all matted up. We're like trying to give him a bath, and I'm like, what do we do with this dog? Like, I can't. It's not just this case. Like, there are certain types of people where, like, if you come up on a wreck or you see something wrong, you you don't walk away before help arrives. And when the help who shows up is not helpful, you don't leave.
Right.
And that's just what most normal people are raised to do. And even if they're not in that county, apparently, but like, it just, I don't, I don't know if it's a power trip, but like, all of their press conferences seem an awful lot like projection when you look at how they've handled these records requests, because it's about power to them, apparently,
It
and
is.
control.
And to think that Doug was talking about like his own crew the whole time. Like
Uh,
that's just wild to me. Like I never thought that he was speaking in words.
word salad.
Word
Non-stop word salad. And it's just like platitudes and nonsense. And I mean, there were very real um behavioral profiles that were put together, not just from the FBI. They had a Pennsylvania state trooper. They had an actual foundation organization. I forget the name of it. Yeah, I think I have it in my Who's Who doc. Let me look. I forget the name, but they're a very well respected organization. I think it's at the very bottom. Hold on. I don't know who the former couple of psychiatrists are, but this was from Doug Carter's testimony. There was very minimal specifics reported that day, but once I get the transcripts, this is one of the first things I'll be looking for. But the Sherry Black Foundation, they did an analysis of the behavioral profiles that were put together by the psychiatrist, a Pennsylvania state trooper. The U.S. Marshals also did one, and the FBI did one. Like, it wasn't just ISP or just the FBI. Like, most people are familiar the most with the BAU, but there were more, like, a lot of agencies have their own BAU type of unit, and Carter was briefed on all of these, but because he's not a detective, obviously could not, like, I think that is the one thing we can all agree on. He has zero detective skills whatsoever, no
For sure.
discernment, no anything. He just repeats whatever his detectives tell him, and he wouldn't even know if it was ridiculous or not because he does not have that frame of reference or experience or insight or any of that. But he went off script a bunch, kind of like he did at that last press conference. He's like, I wrote this thing out, but I'm just going to speak from the heart. And then he's like accidentally
Bro,
spouting
haven't you
KKK
learned
slogans or whatever. Like, oh my gosh, dude.
haven't you learned anything over 8 years? You
No,
crazy dude.
you could not possibly get that man to learn a lesson if your life depended on it. He's like, his skull is so thick or something. It doesn't compute. And he apparently does not have any self awareness.
I would crawl over shards of hot glass for Jerry Holman. Jerry Holman is not a liar.
Like, when he does that for people like Jerry Holman, I'm like, okay, all you are doing is confirming that you either have no clue what happens right under your own nose or you have no remorse for it, because the stuff that we know for a fact Holman has done and caused, no honorable officer would make excuses for that. And so Carter just must have just been, like, he is just a figurehead, obviously.
Right.
But, like, he cannot, there's no way he's self-aware, because there's no way, but I just can't get over
I wish
this.
someone would tell him because, like, it could have gone way back to, like, one of those flora pressers with the post-it
Oh my God.
or anything. Like, come on. Like,
Those
dude, you couldn't
professors
write
are
their names on the
crazy.
rock?
I cannot tell. I have an album on my phone of pictures of those floor girls. The little cheerleading outfits kill me with their little bows, and they're so, like, they
Yeah.
are, like, precious does not, like, there's not a word precious enough for, like, they're just the cutest. I mean, I
So
love those little
pretty.
girls.
Yeah, so
They're,
pretty.
like, adorable, and they're just so full of life, and he couldn't even get their name right on a fucking Post-it. Like, it drives me crazy.
Right.
He's just, I don't know if he's detached or, but I can't believe, I think it was a good example though, that last conference where he's like, love it or leave it. Like, it's like, he doesn't even know. Like,
Toe down the right
a lot of
away.
people, yeah, a lot of people, they think if they don't mean any harm, that there was no harm. Well, I didn't mean it that way, so I can't be racist or I can't be biased because I didn't mean to be. That's not how it works. Like, you either are or you aren't, even if you don't mean to be. And there's, like, I go to great lengths to, I don't try to not, like, I'm comfortable with, like, I'm biased towards the facts. I'm comfortable with that, but I still try to be very aware of where my bias is so that I can see if it's, like, out of whack, out of balance. Like, I think to try to get rid of it, that's not productive either. Because, like,
Right.
you should be biased against corruption. That is a good bias to have. Like, Like, it's not, like, inherently bad. That these people who are like, "I'm not biased, I'm completely impartial," like, that's okay, well, your self-perception is already warped. And
Right.
so how much more warped
Everyone
would it
is
be to other people? But the fact that he was like, "I'm gonna go off script," and then the stuff he said was just, like, so ingrained in him that that's what slipped out. Like,
right, because also, like, some of the things that he said was just on repeat from previous pressers.
mhm.
But yeah, the whole I was so
It was either
alarmed.
empty or just straight up bad
I
and
was
dark.
so alarmed when he said, "I would crawl over shards of hot glass for Jerry Holman." I was like, "Sir, you're live."
Well, sir, he'll let you before he takes responsibility for anything, so be careful. Like, Lord knows he will absolutely let Carter walk over those hot shards before he tells the truth.
Right, Jerry back there preparing the glass.
Judge Jessica said the notion of a cup, like, he
Oh
was
my
so indignant, like, how dare anybody? Okay, you know what? Sometimes, like, let's say the marathon gas footage was screwed up by the FBI. If, like, the file was corrupted or the DVR, maybe that's a good example, the DVR. Like, you don't like, it doesn't have to be like, once something is corrupted, it's just corrupted. It doesn't like, you don't have to intend to corrupt a file for it to still be corrupted. And they're trying to act like, "Oh, the notion we would." I'm like, "Sir, do you not remember your statement? Well, we didn't know they were mistakes when we made them." Like,
Right, that's a mistake,
you
sir.
still made the mistake. Like, just because you don't perceive yourself to be a corrupt, absolute, useless waste of space, worst people that these girls could have gotten stuck with,
Right.
just because you didn't mean to be that doesn't mean you're not that.
And here you are, still breathing my air at the highest rate possible. Holy shit.
Hospital.
Hospital. No. You guys stop making fun of me. Yes, I know. I'm so nasally.
I think everybody is kind of right now.
I
Everybody's
look at
going,
this
"Oh, I forgot to ask DB if his birds are feeling better." His little parakeets. I think he has some sick parakeets. I don't know if they're feeling better. He's probably, I would hope he's sleeping by now. He's gonna be,
counterfeit birds.
yeah, I meant to ask. Um, Mar. I Mar, I'm always glad every time every time she comments and every time I come across a comment she has left somewhere else, I'm always like, I love I love her.
Love from Mar, yes.
It's always like right when I'm like, something will have just made my blood boil. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, she'll have just said it so much more calmly and funnier and more tempered.
Right,
But it's always funny too.
right.
It's just, I wish I had that kind of, I wish I was able to be that concise.
You're pretty concise. I don't know. I've
Well,
seen
sometimes
you.
I'm
I've
direct, but
seen
I'm
you
not always
clap
concise.
back. I've seen you clap back.
Ugh.
We got some good people around here, I will say.
Oh my god, it's so funny.
Oh, I'm just teasing. Glenda, I know. I'm very self conscious about it right now. Because I'm like, I wanna like clear my throat or something. I'm like, oh god, hit me. Don't snort on camera.
Oh wait, oh, there it is. I had scrolled way past it and then I couldn't find it back. Okay, who's the manufacturer providing these faulty DVRs to all of these agencies? I
Oh
actually
my god.
have, I think we at least finally got part of that. Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick.
I don't think it's faulty DVRs. I think it's faulty operators, man.
Well, the other thing,
Notice
sometimes,
everything in this case fails around them,
let me see, where is it? Let me
but
just,
it's never their fault.
they,
Oh, I do gotta say something
what?
about the Marathon gas station hard drive and video. So when the hard drive is corrupted, and the video that they pulled out on the USB is corrupted, and then they wouldn't pick up the receipt from Amber Bowles,
Mm-hmm.
and then she ends up dying. What is up with that? It's like boop 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 boop. We ruined all the avenues that we can get evidence from this happening, and then also she died very conveniently and very young. Like,
When was that again?
hold on, let me check. I have her open.
I know what you're referencing, but I'm trying to it's still somewhat vague in my. It's been a while. Like, I'm vaguely familiar with it, but I don't remember details about that. It's been a while since I've actually.
I don't know details about her death. I do know that she died though, and I have it.
Oh yeah, this is the other thing. Hang on, let me make sure I'm sharing this before I start reading this. Oh yeah, I am. Okay, so the funniest thing to me about this is in August. So I think people forget that he discovered that there was a whole hard drive that shit went bye bye on, and he discovered that in August. And because he didn't do anything about it, it happened again the next month with there's hard drive A with 6 terabytes of information, and then there's another one, hard drive B, because the the system that they use, I think it holds 6 hard drives, and so that's why there's discrepancies between, well, this one had interviews from these dates missing. Like, if you screw up one of the hard drives, the other 5 can still be fine. Kind of like with airplanes. Like, if you lose one engine, you're not in good shape, but like you can land the plane. Like, there's certain things that will continue to function even if one of them has an issue. But he discovered one issue in August, and then a month later, he discovered the same issue, and it's a separate issue. And the reason he gave for it is, I discovered the DVR in the Delphi Police Department had been continuously running. The hard drive in this DVR holds 6 terabytes of data. I looked to see if someone had left the switch on, which would cause it to then continuously run. But I knew it wasn't on because the switch was located in a very conspicuous location in the hallway at the police department. If I were to walk in the police department through the door from the outside, I would immediately see the blue light on, and I would realize somebody left it on, and so it would be turned off. But on that day, there was no light on. This video was discovered lost sometime in August of 2017. That was the first time that we got some story about this. And there's an interview with, I think it's Emily Longnecker, and I think he's the information officer for the Lafayette Police Post. I forget his name. Pearson? Hang on, I probably have it on this document real quick. Let me scroll up. It's gonna drive me crazy. Hang on. What is his name? John Perrine. He's interviewed by Emily Longnecker, and the B-roll footage for that interview is them walking into one of the interview rooms, and you see the light that Mullen is talking about. It is literally like where your thermostat would be. Like, anybody and everybody can walk by it. It's this little black dome-looking thing, and it's big and bright, and you would see that light. So if the light was on, you would notice it. So when his first account of this thing happening is that, well, that can't be, like, I assumed it ran out of space because it must have been running the whole time. But the thing that's craziest about that to me is that would mean that for 6 months, not a single person was interviewed, because if they had gone into interview, they would have tried to flip the switch back on or back off. So that would also, like, there's the story they ended up with was that the light was left on. It's ridiculous, like extra ridiculous, because
Not only did they not interview, but they never went back to check anybody's interviews that whole time.
that's the other thing. I'm like, okay, hang on, let me see if I have the one for I have this one pulled up before I close it. This is so that he discovered that the first time in August and then discovered it again in September, but he doesn't reach out to Brian Bunner until February, which is like 6 months later. And he's like, hey, I try to get this. I want to do recovery software. And he just wrote from China, but local agencies can't purchase it. So that's why he did reach out to ISP, because state police have to be able to purchase it, because you can't just, like, there's some software that all law enforcement agencies can access and purchase, but there's some that is very specific and it can only be purchased through either federal or state. But look at this. See what the title of this subject from the filing: second DVR malfunction.
That is insane.
It's because he discovered it in August and didn't do anything. So even if he had been like, oh crap, this has been running the whole time, it took him another month apparently to actually do anything about it. Because apparently a month later, another hard drive got filled up because it was running, which was crazy, because the only way that could even be true is if it had been 6 months before they interviewed a single person about any of this, or interviewed anybody about any case. Because it was at the police department where they interview people for just any crime, not just this one. So
Right.
it would have to be like they interviewed nobody.
No crimes happen.
Apparently
No
not.
no more crimes happen.
I
Although
wonder-
we know that's not true.
Yeah. Hang on, let me. Oops. I'm trying to find the other one where he kind of clarifies it. It might have been in March. March 8 discovery, maybe.
Oh, I
Yep.
sent you that obituary.
Okay. Let me see. All right, hang on. Okay, so in March, so they give one explanation in January, like they turn over discovery on January 30th, but there was a bunch of, like, from the filings when I went through to go, and like every time I would see a mention of a discovery notice and a date in any of the filings, I would just create a folder for it, and anything mentioned in the filing, I would add it to that doc, just so I could kind of see. I know that's not all that was in there, but I'm like, well, according to the filings, at least this, and that were in there. But there was discovery notices turned over for like 5 different days after they were reinstated. Where's January? Hang on, I'm on a different tab. There was one on the 31st. There was one on the 30th. There was one on, I guess, also the 29th. There was notices that were turned over between the 29th and the 31st. And I believe it was the one on the 30th where the first time they're like, oh, hey, here's all these hard drives. By the way, there's a couple of these hard drives where there's no audio for some of these interviews. Sorry. And so that's the first time defense hears about these interviews and that there's an issue. And that's January. And less than 3 months, it's either 2 months later in March, all of a sudden we have an undated report, because they didn't really send a report with that discovery notice saying it. It was just a mention, like they included like a little note, like an addendum. Hey, by the way, here's this, FYI, whatever. And so after defense starts asking, like, what the hell happened to this? Could you be more specific, please? That's not very helpful. Like, can we get the audios recovered or a list of the interviews? All of a sudden, Mullen writes his little report, and one hard drive is missing interviews from February 14th through February 20th. And then
The most important date.
And then there's another one from April 28th until June 30th. They were also lost, but it's incomplete as it details attempts to recover the lost interviews, including purchasing some type of equipment from China to assist in recovering lost interviews. However, that is where the report ends. It is unknown whether the equipment from China was ever purchased or if an attempt to recover the missing interviews. That was basically, in discovery, they saw an email where he was like, hey, can you purchase this for us? But after that, there was no mention of it, or they didn't find it. There's no telling. But so hard drive B is the one that they were able to recover the video, but not the audio. But the hard drive, oh, hang on, I forgot to, interest loss isn't bold. But they changed their story after this March 8th one at some point. And for some reason, it changed. It wasn't the 14th through the 20th. It was actually the 25th through April. So, like, those are just, they're like, oh, by the way, we marked these as February 14th through February 20th, but it was actually February 25th through April 7th. So it was like, it just, they changed their story a lot about a lot of different things. And
Because I bet you they didn't even start interviewing people until that time.
well, then
They're probably like, oh, we can make this look less bad.
Yeah.
Because we didn't actually interview anyone those days. So,
well, it was either the week right after this or like a week or two after this discovery notice was the motion to dismiss hearing, and Mullen gave even more different accounts, kind of like they do with the tip narrative. Like, oh, it was this, and kind of with Kathy Schick, oh, well, she was actually typing the reports in for people. And then another time, in another instance, you ask her, and actually it wasn't that she was typing them in, it was that she was printing them out and putting them in filing cabinets. And then in other cases, she's not doing any of those things. What she's actually doing is taking reports from the filing cabinets and scanning them into the system,
and
which is
not reading
weird
them at
because
all.
yeah, and it's just, they just say whatever in the moment because they're not used to any, like, it doesn't, they're like, whatever it, like, just whatever will make it go away is, like, they might as well just say that.
Right,
Whatever gets you off my back, that's their answer.
right.
And it's just, so frustrating because a lot of this stuff, you could actually figure out what happened. You could, I mean, they have a whole digital forensics lab in the, like, you shouldn't even need recovery software from China. Like, you could have one of your tech nerds do it, figure out what happened to it. Just send it to ISP. But apparently they did eventually do that. And I think it was a year. No, that was all on February 24th. It might have been the one in February. There was a discovery notice turned over that had interviews from Daniel Pearson and Becky Patty and, like, the early day witnesses. And the only reason they were found specifically is because someone from ISP actually did go in and, like, hunt it down and turn it over. Like, just those ones specifically. And I guess, I don't know if it's because that person was the one who conducted the interviews and he actually just went to his own computer and pulled it up, because that's another thing that happens. Like, when Mullen called Doolin and was asking about this Richard Allen character, he opened his binder of notes and he looked through it and he's like, oh, yeah. And then he opens his computer and he pulls the report right up. Because even if Kathy Schenk is putting them in filing cabinets and scanning them in and printing them out or doing whatever, it's still also in the system. And so
Right.
they keep moving the goalpost with the, oh, it was marked cleared on the paper. Okay, well, that doesn't change the fact that it was still in the computer, in the system, where it was supposed to be. It was not lost, and it was also not followed up on, because you don't get a face-to-face interview with someone without going through all of the steps of an investigator following up on it. They would have had to have got his information, contacted him, set it up, and then actually interviewed him, and then submitted that report. That is, by definition, following up. They're like, oh, they just never followed up with him. That was them. They absolutely followed up on that tip. And if it said what they're telling us it says now, I might be able to cede some ground to some of these ridiculous people, but there's no way it did. Like, it doesn't,
But also,
it makes no sense.
that was the only report he didn't record. Everyone else was recorded. Not that one.
Well, of course, there's no telling if that's true or not, but I know what you mean. But yeah, because he did say, like, I checked all my recordings in case one was mislabeled or misfiled, but it was the only one who wasn't in there. And I'm like, it's beyond parody. And he straight up testified that after he talked to Richard Allen, he wrote up his report, submitted it, and he simply never thought about it again.
That
How
shows you how unserious they are.
how do you never think of it again when if a man tells you the exact information, like they all had one job to find the man on the trail around the same time as the girls went missing. That was all of their one job. That was their one purpose in every morning briefing. Every single time they got together and they came back through, and when they were checking back into headquarters and following up, they were all looking for a man on the same trail at the same time as the girls went missing. So the notion that someone told Dan Doolin, hey, I was there at the exact same time as the person y'all are actively manhunting, and he just never thought about it again, there's no shot. You are never going to convince me of that. That makes no sense. Especially when you see how he immediately reacted to the supposedly same information in 2022 when they called him. When he's presented with that information in 2022, all of a sudden he's looking up his fishing licensing and all this stuff because he said he was there from 1:30 to 3:30. Well, he told you that in 2017, so tell me why you're reacting one way in 2017 versus an entirely different way in 2022 if it says the same thing that it did. But if 5 years had passed, and if Kathy Shank is typing in information for these people, and she's actually the one who put that time in, and then Mullen's calling him to ask him, and he looks at it and he's like, oh yeah, I guess he did say that. That's what my report says. Well, that's why I need to see this tip, so that I can see who contributed to that report on behalf of who. Because apparently Kathy Shank did that for a lot of people, like Kathy Shank on behalf of Jay Harper. I would love to know whose behalf she contributed that part of this report to, because that's the only thing I can, because she straight up said she didn't just look at the lead sheet, she didn't just look at the handwritten notes that she found in a desk drawer or the filing cabinet, she went to the computer and looked in the system.
She did it all.
And she also apparently contributed to it.
She did.
And so if Doolin, who hadn't thought about this in 5 years, is looking at a report that has his name on it, and all of a sudden it says 1:30 to 3:30, that's why that is the only reason I want to see that stupid tip narrative report, and I want the system log for it, or the metadata for it, the timestamp. Like, I want the actual information from it, because
Maybe that's how he lost the recording too. Because if he didn't look in the recordings from 1:30 to 3 or whatever the time was, maybe that's why.
well, he could look for all of his recordings for anybody on the day that he interviewed them for that week. Like, you can filter it all kinds of different ways when you're searching your own records and your own account for whatever RMS they use. I think they use the IDAX 2000, or I forget what it's called. I have a slide, like a PowerPoint looking thing for it. It kind of walks you through their user interface and like what it looks like. There's all kinds of ways, but it wouldn't have taken Kathy Shank to find it. Or like, they had all these people, all the number of people they are insulting to suggest that they all missed it, while going back to the beginning to look at everybody who was interviewed. They also missed it, but all of a sudden Kathy Shank finds it in a drawer, and it says something that Dan Doolin had no recollection of. I need to see that. I need to see the lead sheet. I need to see the report he submitted, and I need to see who reviewed it in 2022 for the first time.
I need to see the drawer, because I don't believe there's a drawer big enough to hold a banker's box.
The Banker Ryan boxes.
Right. Like, she's the world's smallest investigator, has the world's largest drawers.
Silenced, yes. If you go to let me see if I can pull up the link to Joe Schmo's notes. He was there the day that Kathy Shank testified, and his notes are very good about it. But yes, they showed the tip lead sheet. There were 3 things. Like, he was there the day that they showed the lead sheet, Dan Doolin's handwritten notes, and the Word document that he submitted. And that is, let me see. Let me just see if I can type it in this way, actually. If so, I'll drop the link in here. It was on October 24th. let me make sure before. Yeah, here's the one for his notes. I'll pull it up and then I'll drop the link. After finishing organizing and began entering into the database, each lead had a number assigned. The database was more than just Abby and Libby, and she began entering tips into the database under the direction of Sheriff Liggett. The tips came in emails, the Abby and Libby at Carroll County Sheriff, whatever that email is. They also were directing one from Unified Command also. The tips went into the database. I don't know what that is. Not into the database, not a file. Hard copies, hang on. September 20th began scanning. September of 2020, they began scanning hard copies into the database. I don't know where these hard copies came from, though. It took about 2 years to complete. She estimated that there was about 14,000 tips total, and when they moved out of the city building, she found a miscellaneous box of handwritten tips. She needed to reconcile the handwritten tips with the database. She found a lead sheet with Richard Allen Whiteman. He self-reported being there. She felt it was important enough to share with Liggett. She said, "I don't know how that exact lead sheet ended up in that box. It was filed under W for Whiteman. The narrative in the database said Richard Allen. Later, she changed the folder label to Richard Allen on September 21st of 2022. And the State Exhibit 228, that is him describing, there was one lead sheet that had Richard Allen's name on it, the one that Doolin picked up and just went to go follow up on all the names that were on this particular lead sheet, all of the tips that came in that had been approved by Unified Command for further follow-up. And then there was a second and third sheet. That was the end of the direct exam of Kathy Shank. And then Baldwin starts cross-examining her, and he's like, "You have no idea if the info on the third sheet is accurate." And she says no. And he says, "Could there be a mistake?" And of course, there's an objection because that's speculation. Well, the whole case is speculation. And of course, Goal sustained it. There was a mistake, wasn't there? I don't know. Accuracy matter, doesn't it? The Orion is the database entry. I think this might actually be Liggett. I'm not sure. Hang on. If the lead entered is legit, they follow up with a person of interest, and a report, the narrative report is entered after they follow up with someone. She remembered that a girl reported seeing a man on the trail. Well, fucking duh. That is who law enforcement was looking for. A man on the trail at the same time as the girls. She put two and two together. She remembered a tip lead sheet with a report of a girl, and there were lots of agencies involved in the investigation. He mentions Jerry Holman specifically. They became a cohesive group after moving locations.
Oh, cute.
Was the FBI part of that group? The objection was, I think, asked and answered. There was lots of people that reported that they knew somebody that looked like Bridge Guy. Hang on. Clarification of self-reported. Hang on. Where is the other part? Actually, these go on for a while. I keep saying, like, I've got to start wrapping it up, but then if I didn't wait so long in between doing all of these, I wouldn't have so much to get to. Okay, here's the link to Joe Schmo's notes that I have up on the screen. He takes very good notes. He was like, "Oh, my notes are so messy." I'm like, "No, they're some of the most neatly organized ones I have ever seen, at least with the handwritten. Some of the media poll report handwritten notes were an absolute mess." But, yeah, this is the day that Doolin testified, and Liggett, and Mullen, and Kathy Shank. And he was in the courtroom that day, thank God, because he's been able to clear up a lot of stuff that the media poll reports did not clear up at all. There's still some confusion because on the same day we have a discrepancy with the exhibit numbers that I have not. There's one exhibit list with the Hoosier Harbor Store video that the numbers are still off. We still haven't figured out what's going on with that. but I also found out I tried to get just an exhibit list, not the exhibits themselves, but just the list of what exhibits were admitted at trial. And Jody told me that neither the state or defense actually filed an exhibit list. So there's not even one to deny disclosing. So the only way we're ever going to get an exhibit list is by going through all of the people who were there and just trying to piece together all of their different reports. Some of them were able to catch exhibits that others didn't. My exhibit list is a work in progress. Bob Mata's lives were the most detailed about the numbers. But man, I really wish they would have filed an exhibit list, because that would also make it easier for records requests, because once something is admitted at trial, it is by default publicly accessible. But if you don't have the date that it was admitted or the exhibit number, the clerk can just be like, oh, sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, because there's so many. So we're just going to have to show. Jody's supposed to, she does keep track of the exhibits themselves, but I'm talking about just in, let me show you my exhibit list to clarify that real quick. Hang on. Okay, so this is my working list. Like some of them, they would be like, oh, an exhibit. Like in the media report, they'll say an exhibit was admitted, but they won't say the exhibit number. And then sometimes they do. So I've just tried to keep track of what day it was based on the report, and people who did specify versus others who didn't. It's not until exhibit 174, and it wasn't until going through Bob Mata's live that I finally started getting somewhere with all of the specific exhibit. No, like I've got a pretty decent list and the numbers and the day it was admitted, but the first, like when it comes to just the first 100 and however many, I'm like, I don't know how to get those, because there were not very many reports of those up until I think it was day 4. So it's very frustrating. But every time I go back through the trial notes for one thing, when I come across new ones, as I go, I'm trying to fill it in as we go to see, like, if we want to request this report, we at least know what exhibit number and what day it was admitted. It's getting us there. Yeah, he has been willing to help me with that, but right now what I'm trying to do is at least go through his lives so far, because there's one of the challenges with getting, because I really wanted to get everybody's handwritten notes and just make a PDF out of them and then create a Word doc so that they could be searchable. But the amount of notes these people took, there's like dozens and dozens of pages of handwritten notes just for one day. And then there was almost 20 days of trial when you include jury selection. And they were so burnt out by the time trial was over by trying to be individual court reporters just so that they could keep us up to date day by day. I think some of them will eventually finish sending me what they have, but I just have been very patient with them about that, because it's got to be very tedious and draining.
Lucy seemed to have some sort of really good method of doing it, because hers were coming out pretty like for Andrea Burkhart's.
Well, she just listened to Andrea's live and just transcribed as like
Holy shit.
Yeah, like she was just going through, because Andrea was reading through her notes for each live. Like she was just reading based on that. And Sleuthy was just, she's just like transcribing that. And eventually I think it did get easier, because for a while, both Lawyer Lee and Andrea did not have the view transcript option on their videos. But once we were like, hey, would y'all mind maybe, like, could we get the transcripts from this so that we can make our own notes from your notes? They did, and so I think that sped it up. But it is even that, like, I tried to transcribe the one just from the day that they described Richard Allen's interrogation videos.
Yeah.
I'm still working on that one because there's so much information, and she does have so many details that it's like when you go through the view, like not all of her videos have it yet though. Like even with Bob's, there's a few where I've had to DM him. I'm like, dude, where's the transcript? Like, help me out here. Because sometimes in his notes, there's some information, but it's not all of it. Like they're able to go through when they're reading their own notes and they're like, oh yeah, and this happened. And so the lives are actually better to get more information than their handwritten notes because they're able to elaborate on their shorthand a lot better.
Right. Yeah, that one specifically that you chose to do regarding the torture tapes is very, I can imagine that would be very difficult because she's describing everything that they're doing.
Yeah. I still will never get over that juror saying it wasn't that big a deal in the same breath that she said she didn't want to watch any of the media reports after trial because finding out they made a mistake would feel like torture.
Wow.
I don't think I'll ever get over that. The fact that she said both of those things in the same breath, it's a level of incredible, and I don't mean in a good way. I just like it's hard to understand anybody saying that in the same breath.
Right.
It's just like it makes my blood boil and my heart hurt at the same time. Like it's just I don't understand these people who are just like, well, who cares? Like, it's prison. I'm like, oh Lord Jesus. I don't know how to help some of these people understand why that it's not that's not how you make things better. That's how you perpetuate things that are bad.
Right. And the thing is so many people think that way. That's like a consensus. The large consensus of people believe that.
Well, they think it's because they're kind of like how some people are like, well, why didn't the defense do this? Like they don't understand why it's important not to shift the burden to the defendant as opposed to the state. There's a reason for that. It's not to make life easier for the defendant just because we're, to be soft on crime. It's because you want people who can be held accountable in all kinds of ways to the public to be the ones that are tasked with determining what did or didn't happen to victims. Because if they stop doing their job, we have mechanisms in place as a society to get rid of those people and replace them with someone who will do it right. There's no mechanisms like that for defense attorneys or defendants. Like, they're not public officials. You can't FOIA a defense attorney. You can't, like the burden is where the accountability is for a reason. But then when it comes to the punishment, they think that it should be determined based on what they deserve rather than like it should be equal to, or like it should be measured in proportion to the crime. But like you can't torture someone just because they're a shit person.
Right.
Like you can't, like these videos that come out of these officers who are just brutalizing and battering someone who's handcuffed and are not posing a threat to them, and they're like, well, but they were a piece of shit. I'm like, okay, yes, true. That does not, like, if anybody else, like if I beat the shit out of somebody, do you think the police are going to ask if I wasn't defending myself because that person was restrained, do you think they're going to determine if I violated a law based on if the person was a good person or a bad person? Like, no, because I am still bound by the law. Like, I don't get to go do that to people just because they broke the law. That doesn't mean like, oh, okay, I can break the law now. Like, you are not allowed to physically harm another person, period.
Right.
You're allowed to defend yourself. Those are two very, like, self-defense is one thing, but like physically harming someone who is not posing a threat to you and are literally restrained, that is just assault.
Right.
and there's laws against it. You're not allowed to do it, especially if you have a badge, because you're supposed to uphold the law and enforce it. You're not allowed to break it. Like, they're not even allowed to speed unless they have their lights on, because they're supposed to follow the law. Like, oh crap, my battery is about to, I've got 10%. I'm on my laptop. I thought it was about to be like 2%, but it's at 10. So it's just, yeah, it's that. I think that's why it's lost on them with the Richard Allen stuff. If they think, oh, you're so heartbroken for someone, of course they think he did it, so they're like, you're sad for whatever. I'm like, it's not just that. Like, one, first, I think he's innocent, obviously, but two, I'm not concerned about like prison reform and criminal justice reform, because I feel for people who've done bad things. I do it because if you want to be a civilized society, you have to actually walk the walk, talk the talk. Like, you can't, violence begets violence. Like, if you're perpetuating it, you're not preventing it.
Right.
If you're wanting to prevent having more victims, you have to victimize less people.
Right.
Like, it's just counterproductive the way they justify it. And for some people, I get frustrated with a lot of them, but I do try to remember that for some people, it just takes planting a seed. It may be years before that seed sinks in or bears a fruit, but like, all you can do at a certain point is just plant seeds and hope that somewhere along the way, like, for a lot of people, they got to unlearn some things. I think we all do at some point, but it is a process. And so it's just one of those things. Like, if you are a victim, if you are focused on victims, it's easier to not, like, some people have a hard time because they have too much rage or anger at the brutality, which is normal. But like, if you're focused on the victim and preventing more victims, it's easier to overcome those kinds of things that most people get hung up on, I think. So it's just, but of course some of these bozos are just like, what else were they gonna do? Like, they were either gonna go work at like, even Holman was like doing some manual labor job, and freaking Sergeant Riley, he's like, hey, we're hiring, you don't have to have these we've lowered their criteria even lower, so you want to apply?
Thanks, Kevin.
It's just
Fucking Kevin.
Lord Jesus, like, Sergeant Riley, this is all his fault.
It is all his fault. 100%.
I just,
And
when
I
I
was
heard that
thinking that he
story, I
was
was
one of
like,
the better ones.
no, me too. That's all. I was like, really, Sergeant Riley? But at the same time, like, Riley knew Holman's dad. I don't know what kind of person Holman's dad was. Like, maybe his dad was a good one, but like, Holman is obviously the fail son in this scenario.
Right. Well,
And nobody knew it because it's just so and so's kid. Like, maybe, like, if his dad's a good person, that's probably why they overlooked a lot of red flags.
you know what they say about apples and trees, so.
That's true. I'm just saying, like, I literally don't know anything about his dad other than he worked at the White County Jail, like, as an administrative level, executive level, which is not good. But like, I have an idea of what kind of person he probably was. I just mean that because I don't know, I'm not gonna say.
Right. It is hard to speak on somebody.
I try not to go straight to sins of the father, but you're right, the apple does not usually fall far from the tree. I just don't know. But I'm also like, man, I thought Riley was, I do think he probably, like, in their mind, they do mean well, and I just think it was just, for some of them, it was they were naive and just were like, they had no reason to think that Holman would be a complete fucking idiot or a liar, because if they're not dealing with him on a regular basis or like actually working a case with him, they might not ever have, like, it might not ever even come in their realm of like, what they even know is going on. But at a certain point, like, how do you, like, there's so many things, like, I don't know how they've missed so many issues with him.
Right.
Like, every time you look at it, where the case went wrong or took a wrong turn, he's at the center of it.
Well,
And
David
Vito's right
Kessler,
there with a lot of them.
David Kallenberger
Yes.
is a good history lesson as to what kind of detective Holden was.
He's a anti-detective.
He's very anti-detective. Well, and
He's
it
like,
helps when you're trying to hide the fact that your partners are sleeping with the woman suspected of
true,
killing someone.
very
So,
true. And apparently when you're also trying to also get in that bed.
right. So there's so much going on there. There's so much corruption. That's why I absolutely refuse when people are like, "No, they were stupid." No, they weren't. They 100% were not.
I
If
mean, Holman
you
is definitely not smart, but he's also very calculating. Like, he's not a complete idiot.
right, if you sit there and say they were stupid about everything,
Yeah.
that means everything they've done to uh, yeah, obfuscate the investigation since then. Everything they've done, the creators and stuff since then, uh, has just all happened to them out of good luck, and I don't believe that.
Yeah. I think what most people are referring to, like, kind of like him, where he's like, well, we thought when the economy got bad, meth would just go away, but they started stealing it. He was so surprised by that, which is terrifying that he was a detective and surprised by that. And the fact that he thought, well, he showed up in sweatpants. And so that was odd. Like, those kinds of, like, there are absolutely things that they did that are just so incredibly dumb. So, like, yes, they are dumb, but they're not incompetent. They're fully capable of making it worse to save their own ass instead of take responsibility once their stupidity has caught up with them.
Right?
So there's definitely multiple factors in how they got this wrong, but most of it was willful. Most of it, like,
Yeah,
they
and to
knew
me,
what they were doing.
exactly. That's what leads me back to the ultimate thing. They knew who they were covering up for. That's why they had to reverse engineer a suspect. They
Yeah,
had to go back and sweep up all of their actual investigation because they already knew.
yeah.
And now they still have to, steer the narrative, drive the narrative. That's why they get out and talk first all the time, so they can put out the initial narrative, and then from there you have to fight that. It's so much harder to fight what's already been said as truth. Except now it's getting bad for them because people don't believe them anymore. They want to hear from the
Well,
defense.
what's real crazy to me is the fact that literally no matter what they say or do, even if they move the goalpost and go back on their word and say like the actual opposite or double down on something even dumber, for some reason, there's a very core group of people who still continue to support them, like, unconditionally. So they could actually come forward and just be like, got it wrong. And these people would probably still make excuses for them, but at least they could get back to trying to figure out who did it. But the fact that they won't, because they could actually fess up and still have support, because the fact that they have it at all at this point is a testament to that.
Yeah,
There are people who defend them whether they're right or wrong.
right,
And so that tells me that it's willful.
right.
That is
And
the
it
only
doesn't,
reason
and
where I'm
everyone's
like,
like, you're crazy. You know how many people it takes to cover up a conspiracy? No, because not everybody, they're in the business of don't ask questions, just do as I say.
that's, yeah, it does not
You
require,
don't have to know all the details to
taking
play your
people's word
role.
for it doesn't require a conspiracy. It is
Right,
just a culture of trust me, bro, gotcha, take your word. I'm not gonna ask you to show your work. I trust you. That is how they proceeded with all of this. That does not require some coordinated effort. It's
right,
it's actually just lazy. And when people try to say, like, well, in case there's some big conspiracy, then I'm like, that's not the only way this works.
Right.
it can still fall through the cracks on so many levels, and the fact like we have so many cases to point to as an example that this is a lot of it has to do with how they are trained, to where like they're overconfident in their abilities, but they're not trained to be more accurate in their capabilities. And so that is also how things fall through the cracks, because they when they like most people, when they encounter something that doesn't add up, they take a step back and they're like, okay, wait, where did I go wrong here? Like if you're doing math even and you're trying to check your work, you're like, okay, you try to go back to the beginning and like redo it and figure out where you forgot to carry the one or whatever. But with them, they don't. They just like come up with an excuse on the spot to make it make sense, and they proceed as if that's true. They don't ever check it. They just are like, it's probably fine.
Right. And he has a list of cases out there. I don't know all of them, but I know he has. David Kellenberger was one of his cases.
Yeah, case by case has
Flora,
a little stream about that. It's very interesting.
yep, the Flora Girls was one of his cases. Delphi
Yeah,
is his case. So it's like he's not bad. He's not even coming close.
yeah.
He's not hitting shit out of the park. So how did he get elevated so quickly? How did he raise through the ranks?
In that interview, apparently he just put in a request for it. He's like, oh, I'll put in for a promotion because I wanted a different shift. Like, what?
Hey, I wanted to go on dates with my life.
Like, okay, that's how this
Shut the
works.
fuck
Gotcha. Okay.
up, dude.
I'm like, well, we know it wasn't earned, that's for sure.
Right.
Because
I
Lord
think he's
knows
just
there are
been
plenty of,
bullying his way around that place for a long time.
yeah. Well, I mean, I've talked to enough people where I mean, he's not actually, like, there's a few people who like him a lot, but they're not the actual people who have had to work with him on actual cases on a daily basis. The people who like him are people that don't actually have to rely on him for sound information or to actually get something done. They're just colleagues by default because they're in the same agency. But the people who actually have to work with him outside of Unified Command
Yeah, that's crazy.
do not are not impressed by him. I'll put it that way.
I could see it.
Yeah. I don't know how they could. Like, especially if he got promoted before the people who are running around doing real police work. If Holman got promoted before you when you were doing work and he's literally doing nothing, that would probably, I can't imagine they have much respect for the process after that.
Right. Well, look at Mike Thomas and all of those, for the sheriff election. Like, they were actually talking about bringing the guns, and here you got Liggett like, nah, we just go do the good old boy way.
Yeah. Lord Jesus. Okay, yeah. I'm on 6%.
Oh, okay.
I don't want this to just crash while we're chatting, because then I'll have to
Oh
go on
no,
my charger to
absolutely.
actually end the stream after that. Um, I'm testing it out this time. I have for the outro, the Fkng vid. I'm pretty sure after I press end stream, it'll still play it. If not, I apologize. But for now, I can't believe this many people are still in here. One of these days, I will get very good at keeping up with chat. I don't know how other people do it. I don't do this enough to where I probably will ever get good at it, but I do appreciate everybody being here. I actually appreciate you too for hanging in here with me this whole time. This is
Absolutely. It was
I always
good.
in my mind, I'm like, oh, I'll do this for an hour and I'll be focused and whatever. That's very difficult for me, especially when I wait so long in between. But thank you for hanging with me. And at some point next week, I do want to get with Judge Jessica. We got to get her up here one of these days with us. And I'm
Sounds
going to
good.
try to find time in the next week or so, because I'm very excited about that. That'll be fun.
That sounds good.
Yeah. So good night to everybody. I'm going to hopefully, when I hit in stream, hopefully the video will play. But if not, I'll see y'all around.
All right. Good night.
Good night.